Me está sonando más que solo palabras, y si no las cumples se van a desvanecer. Algún día volverás tú al lado mío y yo de testigo. Vamos 1, 2, 3, sin estrés. Muéstrame sus pasos, te cuento hasta 10 y ven. Yo sé que tú quieres moverlo sin pena, ven, sin estrés. Muéstrame sus pasos, te cuento hasta 10 y ven. Yo sé que tú quieres. Sé que tú quieres conmigo, amor, de todos esos placeres que brinda la vida y que nos hace tan feliz. Sé que tú quieres conmigo, amor, de todos esos placeres, como acariciarte y conocerte de raíz. Recuperé la fe cuando yo a ti te vi, mami. Bailabas como un ángel, me acuerdo de ese party. No lo hacías despacito, no eras como Daddy, eras como Bad Bunny, tu flow bastante cari, alright. Hermoso y con timidez me gusta, y con esa sencillez que asusta. Sabes bien cómo es que es, combi completa de cabeza a los pies. Sin effects, mami, yo te entono, te subo el pitch y te derrito el cono. En mis historias siempre te menciono, para esa reina necesito un trono. Sin effects, mami, yo te entono, con esos besos, chica, me emocionó. Con tu cuerpo y tu nivel, quieres otra vez. Sé que tú quieres conmigo, amor, de todos esos placeres que brinda la vida y que nos hace tan feliz. Sé que tú quieres conmigo, amor, de todos esos placeres, como acariciarte y conocerte de raíz. Vamos 1, 2, 3, sin estrés. Muéstrame sus pasos, te cuento hasta 10 y ven. Yo sé que tú quieres moverlo sin pena, ven, sin estrés. Muéstrame sus pasos, te cuento hasta 10 y ven. Yo sé que tú quieres. Sé que tú quieres conmigo, amor, de todos esos placeres que brinda la vida y que nos hace tan feliz. Sé que tú quieres conmigo, amor, de todos esos placeres, como acariciarte y conocerte de raíz. Inicio el futuro, bebé, ya tú sabes. not notice. It's been going on for a while. When grace is gone, I can see all things so clear. It was all pretend. I can find a higher line over the clouds above. I can find a higher ground. I just have to reach past the summit line to reach higher love. Years have passed and I did not notice. Still I'm thinking about our past. Now when you are gone, I can see all things so clear. It was all pretend. You look back and I look back, we all see the same thing. It's time that we just let it die. Oh, I can find a higher love over the clouds above. I can find a higher ground. I just have to reach past the summit line. I can find a higher line over
All right, welcome in. Happy Thursday, everyone out there in OOTP land. Just getting a little pumped for this Thursday. How's your Thursday going? Going swell. Thank you, Ezra, re-upping 11 months, Ezra. One more month, you know what that means. You're going to have to have a chat with Squirrel and let her know that we've been going for steady for a year. Yeah, one more month. You know, anniversaries are important, Ezra. I expect to get my paper anniversary present from you. I think paper is the first year anniversary. Welcome in, everyone. I saw Pop Goria, Sean Soul 10. Of course, Ezra's here. Who else is in chat? Come on, don't be shy. If you've never chatted before in a Laptop Pound stream, come on, chat. So I can talk about you. Put in exclamation weather, space, the city that you reside in to find out your latest weather report. Because Sean was teasing me a little bit. It's plus 14 degrees there. Indy Podge, plus 7 degrees Celsius there. 45. That's pretty cold for you guys. We are minus 13 degrees Celsius. Where is it here? 4 degrees Fahrenheit here in Edmonton right about now. So good to see you guys. Tactile Neck back in the chat. 88. So Tactile, you're coming up on your 36th birthday here. Yeah, have a good 36. Excellent. Good to see you here. Dark Horse from Milwaukee, of course, the producer of some of our finest beverages. We got 58 degrees there. Teddy O from Lafayette down in Louisiana. 38 degrees humidity. That's it. I expected it to be higher down there. Mind you, it's still kind of the winter. 58 degrees. When Pena hit 2 home runs, worst luck you've had in 5L yet. Oh, good to see you in the 5L. Yeah, Ezra mentioned the 5L. And Ezra, I tend to be pessimistic when you mention when you mention a sweep, because I'm so used to losing out in round 1. I just assumed you lost out, but you went on to round 2, and I'm locked into a battle right now. Not so moist out today in Louisiana. No, when I was down there in 2019, it was moist. Yeah, it was a lot of rain, a lot of humidity, a lot of sweating, a lot of changing in clothes. But it was, one of the best trips, one of the best vacations going down to Louisiana. Tactile, you're the one he swept. Oh, well, hey, you know what? You got to pay your dues. You're still a rookie here. You've just been playing for a short time, I believe. So, Ezra was where you were at one point. We used to just, Ezra's team was in the tournament. We would just, like a boxer, play with him, rope-a-dope on the ring with Ezra. And then Ezra, started to improve and win a few rounds. And now he's made a couple Final Fours this month. So just be patient. Keep listening to the streamers. Watch Ezra 5 nights a week because he does his 5L draft. I think I've seen you there before on his streams. So he kind of goes over the cards that he likes to draft. And sometimes I do it here too. We'll talk about the 5L a little bit later. But you know what we need on a Thursday? We need an early bird special. Which one of you guys like to line up outside of the store an hour before it opens because they got new Pokemon cards coming in? So you want to be there. You got those new Pokemon cards, those new baseball cards, that new video game, that new Argyle sweater that you heard is just the new Stanley Cup. Those rare edition Stanley Cups that you want to be in line to get. That doll, Tickle Me Elmo, for your kid. Come on, we all have done that at some point in time. We've waited in a line outside of a store waiting to get something because we wanted the early bird special. Well, exclamation enter, exclamation ticket, get your name in for the early bird special. Well, you know what today is, guys? Today is a day where we only get to celebrate it once every 4 years. Happy February the 29th. Happy leap year day. Now, what I'm always curious about is, do you know anyone that celebrates a birthday on this day? Is there a friend? Is there a family member? Yourself? You know someone? Because I've always been curious and I've never really got an answer. If you were born on February 29th, would you celebrate it on the 28th or the 1st? You personally or people that you know, when would they celebrate the birthday? I think I would go March 1st because technically I wasn't born on the 28th. I was born one day later. So three out of 4 years, it would be March the 1st. Plus, it's much easier to remember the beginning of the month. So when would you guys celebrate your birthday? When you're a kid, you'd probably want it on the 28th so you get your presents earlier. I think I'd go with March the 1st. Yes, it is February the 29th. And guess what? There were some major league players that were born on a February 29th. So let's take a look before we get to the bounty. Yeah, the bounty's coming up. We'll do that. Hopefully you have a slot open. Get a slot open available. Get your team ready to go. But who might you ask has the illustrious birthday? And so they get to always say they're younger because they only have a birthday every 4 years. Maybe do half a birthday. Mom, I want half my cake on the 28th and half on the 1st. Give me half my presents one day, half the next. Yeah, that would be kind of a double win there. Well, looking at some of these players that were born on February the 29th, the most popular name as we look at the list is Al Rosen. If you are a fan of Al Rosen, playing with Cleveland his entire career from 1947 to 1956, four-time All-Star, and he would hit over 1,000 hits in his career. He would have pretty good home run career, 192 home runs. He would play 10 seasons, four-time All-Star. So Al Rosen, they do list him as, he'd be, shows his age here. Well, it shows him as being 91 if he was still alive. But you got to divide that by 4. So Al Rosen passed away at about the age of 23, somewhere around there. Al Rosen left this world way too early, at the age of 23 for Al Rosen. There it is, born on February the 29th, probably the most popular MLB player to have that birthday. No, that is not Teddy O. I'd be a little bit worried if it was, because every 4 years he might want to do something to you. Does he ask you to come in every 4 years? Hey, Teddy, need you to come in. It's been 4 years. I've ordered some new high-tech equipment. Always could have a good laugh with Teddy O. The second most popular player born on this day, and I hope you don't have, a personal chef, or maybe you want a personal chef named Pepper Martin. Pepper Martin. So he passed away at the young, ripe age of 15. Pepper, 15 years old. But, even though he was only 15 years old, he did play in the major leagues in the 1930s mainly. He was an all-star 4 times with St. Louis. I think that's probably the Cardinals. Yes, it is the Cardinals. He would finish with over 1,200 hits. He had 59 RBIs, 59 home runs, 501 RBIs. I always like when players reach a milestone. It's always like, I just feel bad when they're like 498 or 499. It's like, come on, coach. Put him in for a couple games at the beginning of the next season. I don't know, what his passing was from. He did pass away in 1965 on March 5th at the ripe old age of just over 15. So Pepper Martin, birthday on February the 29th. Next, there is a card in the game of this guy here. Look how dapper he looks. Well, he almost made it to the age of 16. Not quite. Not quite. He was 1 year short of making it to 16. So he passed away in 1919, of course, born in the mid 1800s. He played for a bunch of different teams, including Boston, Providence, the Detroit Wolverines, the Philadelphia Athletics, Baltimore Orioles, and the New York Metropolitans. And if someone has their game open, which version do we have? What team do we have Sadie Hook on? He's probably like an iron or a bronze, I would imagine. Career 250 batting average, only hit 4 home runs. And yeah, maybe this has something to do with February 29th, as was pointed out by Fussmucker. Fussmucker finds the coolest things. He just looks for those anomalies. 666. Yeah. 406 runs, 31 stolen bases. Looks like his best career was probably in 1884. Someone needs to take a look. Which card? Do we have the Philadelphia Athletics? Sadie Hook. Oh, thank you, Pernelius. We have the Iron 1879. So his rookie, his Boston year. Wow, we could get a peak. We could get a peak Sadie Hook with his 297 average. All right. Enough of that 666. Let's go on to our next player. Popularity number 4. We do not have this guy in the game. I think it'd be cool because I like the look of players back in the 50s and 60s. Look at this guy. Look at that mustache. That was common back then. Kansas City Royal. I've never heard of him. If you're a Royals fan, I know we've got Royals fans. Minerva, Don't Cut the D-Block Dragon. Barry Basher's a Royal fan. Naspace is a Royal fan, I believe. You remember this guy? Steve Mingori. So Steve played in the 70s. So older guys, a little bit older than me. If you're in your 60s or 70s, you might remember him as a kid. Oh, Pernelius, you're a Royals guy too. Well, you're probably a little bit younger though. I wouldn't imagine you watched this guy play. 78, 77 is kind of when I started watching baseball with the Los Angeles Dodgers. So I'm sure I did see him. Mind you, they didn't have interleague back then, so I might not have paid much attention to Kansas City. So he didn't have much of a career. Nothing really stands out in terms of his pitching. Most wins in a season was 5. So few seasons he had a 500 record. Kind of played in the bullpen a lot too. 10 saves in 1976, 10 saves in 1972. Innings pitched, the most innings pitched was 85 back in 1976. So it looks like they probably used him mainly as a bullpen guy. I rock this. Yes, I rock this. We have a lot of Royal fans out there. Yeah, Teddy O. I rock this is definitely way too young to remember him. Always like, too, that you can go to the bottom and you can kind of check what their Hall of Fame metrics are, how close they might have been. I mean, this guy isn't close. Who he's compared to. He's kind of like an AJ Minter. Mike Gonzalez, a little bit they kind of compare him to by age. So Gary Lucas, if you remember him, Mike Gonzalez, Ramon Hernandez, that's kind of the pitcher similar to, forget his name now, Steve Mingori. Yeah. What else? What else do we know about Steve? Well, he was born February 29th. That's why we have him on the screen. He played 10 seasons. He was a pitcher. He had 329 strikeouts and played mainly for 2 teams, the Cleveland Indians and Kansas City Royals. Last played in 1979. So he did make it to his 16th birthday. So Steve Mingori, you made it to 16, I believe, right? Yeah. Just after your 16th birthday. From born in Kansas City, but buried in Pittsburgh. Interesting that usually, you see the same 3 cities for all of these. All right, next up, who do we have? Dickie Pierce. Guys, do we have a Dickie Pierce card? Pernelius, is there a Dickie Pierce card? I know we have a Rosen. We have the other guy, Sadie Hook. I don't know if we have a Dickie Pierce. Probably not. 8.1 WAR. So he did play 7 seasons. He passed away at the ripe old age of, looks like it was 18. Yeah, he made it to his 18th birthday. So he got to experience a little bit of adulthood. Like, of course, born February 29th. And what was he as a career guy? 294 back in 1874. No Dickie Pierce, only a Dickie Thon. Well, for Pete's sake. Yeah, I'm carrying that over. It's for Pete's sake week, not just for Pete's sake day. So there you go. What was he? Some other things about Dickie Pierce. Born in Brooklyn. Only 5'3". Holy smokes. Players, a lot of those players back then were short. Nothing against people that are short, but I dare you to find me a 5'3" baseball player in the last 10 years. Like the shortest player is probably like 5'8", maybe. 5'3". Of course, Bill Dickey, R.A. Dickey. Yeah, you can have a theme team of Dickies. Close. Dickies and Dinks. Well, there's only one Dink. Dickies, Dinks, and Dick Shots. There's your triple D. Now there's a name, the triple Ds. Trademarked, Laptop Hound, 2024. 333 hits. So half the amount of hits as that other guy that had 666. Synchronicity, take a drink. We have repeating digits on 2 of the last 4 players. Only had 2 home runs. So here's a guy that's 5'3", weighed 160-ish, but still able to hit the odd dinger. Played for Brooklyn Mutuals, Brooklyn Athletics, New York Mutuals, St. Louis Brown Stockings, and the St. Louis Brown Stockings. So good, they had to mention it twice. I don't know what the issue is there. And yeah, pitchers, that's a good one, Teddy-O. Pitchers named Johnson and hitters named Dick, Dickey, or Dick Shot. You could have like a band name or a law firm. Johnson, Dickey, Dick, and Dick Shot, and Dink Incorporated. Johnson and the Dickies, or Dickies and the Johnsons, whichever way you want to do it. So yeah, played in 1877. So again, there is a player that made it to his 18th birthday. One more that you might be familiar with, Terrence Long from the Oakland A's. We got to give the A's some love. He is still with us. Born in 1976, so most of you will probably remember Terrence Long. And so he would be, what, 5, 6, add another 5. He's like, it's what, his 11th birthday today? Age 48, 12th birthday. So happy 12th birthday, Terrence Long. I hope your parents got you some good birthday presents, a nice big cake. Played less than 10 years in the league. And anything of note? He moved around a lot. This 12-year-old was rebellious. He moved from team to team. Drafted by the New York Mets in round 1. So he was a 20th overall draft pick. T. Long was an Oakland drummer favorite. Really? He played the drums? Am I missing something, Ezra? Because I probably am. Best known for getting hosed by at third base by Ichiro. Oh, did he get gunned down? Oh. All right, we are on a break, guys. We'll be back. We're going to get into the bounty very soon here, so hang tight. Back in less than 2 minutes' time.
ball, base hit in the right field. Heading for third is Terrence Long. The throw by Ichiro. Beautiful. Peggy, get him. Holy smoke, a laser beam strike from Ichiro. To the third baseman, David Bell, and Terrence Long is gunned down at third base. What a throw. 2 outs.
And with that base running by Terrence Long, he keeps Aaron Seeley in the ball game. He forgets it's Ichiro in the outfield. It's a ground ball where you can never make this out. This is the tying run. You can't. He throws a laser low to the ground about 6 feet off. Is that a...
So there you go. As mentioned in chat, I brought it up there. Terrence Long celebrating his 12th birthday today. And synchronicity, take a drink. He wore number 12 when he was thrown out by Ichiro. You can't script this, guys. 12 years old. He gets today, and we're showing his being thrown out by Ichiro. What a gun. What an arm by Ichiro there. So Terrence Long, one more player we'll look at with the birthday today, Bill Long. Maybe we can add him to our team of Johnsons. Bill Long, ERA of 4.37, born in 1960, so 64 years old. Happy 18th birthday. See, there we go. It says right there, happy 18th birthday to Bill Long. Still around, played with the Chicago White Sox, and finished his career with the Montreal Expos. Wow, I did not realize Bill Long was on Montreal. Mind you, I've never really known Bill Long because I don't think he's ever had a card in the game. If he did, it would probably be his 1989 season with Chicago. There's Fussmucker again. He picks it out. There we go. Gave up 69 home runs somewhere. Did he? No, we gave up 63 home runs. Or are you talking about Terrence Long? Did Terrence Long have 69? Long hit 69. Okay. Man, we're just dealing with a lot of numbers today. So Bill Long, pitcher for Chicago, for both Chicago teams and for the Montreal Expos, celebrating his 18th birthday today. Happy birthday to Bill Long. Okay, let's move on. A big shout out again to those that subscribed last week. I don't know if I shouted you out on Monday. If I didn't, I apologize. Usually that's when I do my big shout outs. But EVC and NYC with his 15-month subscription, my second longest subscriber behind Cubs fan 23 Steve. Jeff Steele Flex, 1 month away from an anniversary. Don't tell Ezra, Jeff, but I've been with you a little bit longer. Just don't tell Ezra. Blue Void, 1 month. Big Head Joel. Remember those big head wallpaper vinyl decals? Big head players. Wonder if that has anything to do with it. Big Head Joel. And a couple that were kind enough to gift subs last week. Danny D. Smith Jr. gifting 10 subs to the community. So if you're looking and you can use some of those emotes and you don't get the ads, well, that's because you were gifted a sub, probably by Danny D. Smith Jr., and if not by him, by Captain Kegleg, who gave a couple out as well. If you're new to Twitch, but you're a Prime subscriber, if you and your family use Prime and Prime TV and Prime deliveries, you automatically get to use that as a free sub to any Twitch streamer. So you can simply go through and become a subscriber to anyone that you watch, and that way you avoid all commercials. You don't get those commercial breaks if you're a Twitch subscriber. I mean, I still pause a little bit and play some music and show some slides, but yeah. Or you can subscribe to, I think it's called Nitro or Boost or something. What is it on Twitch, guys? Where you can pay a one-time monthly fee and have no ads for any of the people that you watch. So that's kind of the cool ways that you can support your streamers. You are down for 9 months. What am I missing? My mom followed you. What? Is this true? Don't cut the D Block Dragon. Well, Mrs. D Block, if you're out there, I don't know what your name is. Are you Nora Jean? Are you Infinite Jester? Are you Tactile Next? Are you one of the more recent follows? Sundown_GT? Well, thank you. Don't cut the D Block Dragon. 2D50. Okay, I'll be watching out. Tootie, if you're watching over there in Germany right now, hello. Cheers to you. Fine job you did with D Block as he's on his new path in life, streaming with Out of the Park Developments and part of my show on Tuesdays. So thank you for the follow. Other followers, Johnny P7. There's Tootie. Tootie followed last week. Skep. Barockian 131. And Tootie, I apologize if I don't know how well you understand English, but you'll understand it even worse if you listen to me. I'm just laying out all the ground rules right from the beginning. And of course, tactile neck, not tactile. Tactie. Okay, I get it now. Like a tactie. You wear ties to work. I used to wear ties teaching all the time. Sometimes I wore a tactie. Sometimes I didn't. I just tucked it in. Clip on? No. If your name was clip on neck or clip on tie, I would probably poke fun of you just a little bit. But I wore clip-ons when I was very young. It's tactile turtleneck. Okay. Tactile. Okay. So it is tactile turtleneck from the show Archer. That's one show I have not seen. I'm going to have to do that. So again, thank you to the subs last week. Thank you to the follows. Every single one is motivational for me. I do not take them for granted. Every single one keeps me wanting to come on every single stream. And my wife thanks you too, because it allows me to stay down here in the basement. Otherwise, she'd be like, honey, you need to go get another job to supplement your retirement. And I say, well, look, Jeff Steele Flex is supporting me. And she's like, ooh, can I see a picture? No, I'm just kidding. She does get a little jealous when I say, you know what? It's been a year with me and Cubs fan Steve and me and EVC and me and Sean Saul, and moving on. Also want to shout out those of you watching on YouTube. I keep forget. I neglect you YouTube watchers. There are a handful of you that do watch these live streams on YouTube. It is right now streaming live on YouTube. There I am. Ooh. Hey, Lap. Give me a 5. Give me a high 5 there, Lap. No? You know what? Come on, Lap. Come on. There. Okay, there we go. Hey, there we go. With the high 5. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Can you give me a thumbs up, Lap? How about a thumbs up? Come on. Before I leave you, Lap, here, give me a thumbs up. There's just mini laps in the picture there. It's like quads. Well, it is leap year day. So quads would make sense. So thanks for those of you that do watch on the YouTube channel. And D Block and I posted our look at the latest treasure trove cards. They're up there as well. 140 views there, D Block. Oof. That's good. So there are a few people that do like to know what some of these cards are about. There is the YouTube channel. I also do some standalone videos there where I am basically summarizing some things about the game. That's how some of you found me. Some of you way back at the beginning of OOTP23 or OOTP24 found some of my tutorials that I did. It goes way back, like way back. Got all the Hawk reports on there, the interviews on there, and yeah, things like this. Perfect Team, Beginner's Guide to Bronze Tournament. So I did a bunch of those, and that's how some of you made your way to Twitch. I know Jim Bowden, I think, was one of them. Jim Bowden commented on a few videos that I put up, and he made his way to Twitch, and now he's one of the most impressive managers out there. few others as well. I don't want to mention names because I don't want to forget anyone else. So yeah, this is where I started my streaming. Before I did live streams, I just did standalone videos about out of the park baseball as well as a few other apps. And yeah, I've done 428 now. So when I stream on Twitch, I usually multicast and stream over there because Twitch allows that now. They allow you to multicast your streams. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind, go give me a sub, support me over there. If you can't watch anything on Twitch, usually you can find it on YouTube, Simulation Gaming, Digital Realities. What else? Speaking of Don't Cut the D Block Dragon, again, we've been kind of getting into a Tuesday groove with the analysis of the Tuesday Treasure Trove. Really enjoy that because even though we have similar opinions on the lower level cards, we do have some differences. And that makes it even more fun to debate some of these cards. And he wasn't feeling over well the last couple of weeks. So big shout out to D Block. If he hasn't shouted himself out yet, shout yourself out again. And then everyone in chat, click on that link and give him a follow. Follow D Block. You will not regret it. He gives you very, very good advice about OOTP, and he's even going to be even better with the new version. So yes, hopefully we'll be able to continue that in the new version. But Spore did say that he's probably not going to do Tuesday Treasure Troves right out of the gate. He waited until I think August, September of last year. He said it wouldn't be that long. So maybe June, May, June, July, somewhere around there, we'll start seeing these Tuesday Treasure Trove sets. I can't wait. I like these sets much more than the TWIP sets because I like these tournaments. They're back. They're back in a Tuesday Grove. EVC in the house. I just recognized you, EVC. I said we've been going together for 15 months now. You on your channel, me on my channel. So yeah, we've got a thing. We got a thing going. And more news about EVC and Ezra coming up in just a bit. Last night, if you missed the staring contest, well, there was a good 15 minutes of staring going on between Dr. Dynastic and Will Batt. Ooh, man, I had to leave the video. I don't know who won it. I think Will Batt eventually won. The young gun eventually won this contest. Kidding aside, it was a great informational video about the base game, the franchise version. So again, you can go check that out on the OOTP YouTube channel. If you want all the specific details, there it is, right there. And then after that, after Dr. Dynastic stopped weeping, yeah, he had to wipe his eyes because he was a fan of Will Batt. He got into a really good conversation. And then when Will had to leave, Dr. D needed a moment, but he recovered. And eventually Matt Arnold came on and talked more about the rating system and how the rating system is going to change. What I took out of this the most is in that player development camp, you are going to have 4 possible outcomes for your player. So if you send them to training, let's see if I can find that here. You remember this screenshot right here. So what was mentioned was you, during spring training, during the off season, you have a team facility. So all the players in your organization, you can designate up to 6 of those players for off-season training. However, Will did say that, you can go into the game and into the settings and you can change that. So if you want to cheat the system a little bit and have more players go, I guess there's a way to do that. But if you just want to play it by default, you can send 6 players to the facility. You can pick different areas to train them from. And then there's 1 of 4 outcomes. 1, nothing happens. They don't improve. They don't regress. It's just, hey, they went to training. They gave it their best shot, but they didn't improve. Number 2 is they get a average training, Will said, of about +5. So if a player is successful on average, they'll get a rating boost of +5. So if they have a bunt of 48 and you're training in bunt, a bunt of 53. But again, that's just an average, because Will also mentioned it depends on the coaches you have. It depends on the age of the player. It depends on their ratings in the game. So he said, basically, think of it like real life. If you have a 38-year-old player going to a facility to train, he's probably not going to improve too much. But if you have a 23-year-old hot rookie that's doing really well, he probably will improve. Outcome number 3 is you get the best possible situation. You get a mega boost. So this player overperforms in this camp and he gets a boost over 5. So his ratings kind of skyrocket a little bit in whatever you're training him in. So that's the best case scenario. And outcome number 4 is the opposite. It's a complete bust. This guy didn't want to go to training. You forced him to go. He smoked cigars and ate Big Macs and just flopped. And his ratings didn't stay the same or go up. They went down. So if you were trying to train him in power, that was the example. He lost some of the I and some of the power and some of the avoid K. So he's going to strike out more. So 4 possible outcomes when you send your players in the base game to this training facility. So that was kind of cool. That was the biggest thing I took out of it. They talked about visual enhancements and different TV screens you can watch your game on. They talked about the rating system going from 200 and 250 up to 550. So now when you go into the base game, if you're, changing players in the base game editor, it goes up to 250 for some and 200 to some. You're going to be able to go up to 550. And the example that Will used was a player, Joe Sewell. Bring him up here. Joe Sewell. He said, this new rating system will really help a guy like Joe Sewell, because Joe Sewell was an extreme player. Hard to believe, but in the 1920s and 30s, Joe Sewell did not strike out much. I mean, look at this. In 1930, he had 414 plate appearances and struck out 3 times. A year before that, 672 plate appearances, and he struck out 4 times. And Will said that the current rating system doesn't really allow you to get a true reflection of a player like Joe Sewell, because it only goes up to 200 or 250. He said now that the ratings go up to, I guess this was Matt that mentioned this. Once the ratings go up to 550, you can fine tune a player like Joe Sewell and these other extreme players, whether it's strikeouts, hits, home runs, stolen bases. You can refine them a lot better. So the expanded rating system, the 4 outcomes for training players, the visual enhancements, those were some of the key things. But I recommend that you go and check that out. Go watch Will, Matt, and Dr. Dynastic. Again, great job by Dr. Dynastic. Great questions. And they didn't have any new screenshots or anything like that. So all we have to go off of is, what they've given us so far. And speaking of the game, yes, I have pre-ordered it. I have pre-ordered OOTP24. The pre-order is in. It's $47.76 Canadian, $34.99 American. Save 30% off now, or wish list it on Steam, and you can save 30% off when it is released. If you pre-order it, not on Steam, you get the game license key right away. That's why I cannot scroll down any further, because right underneath what you're seeing here is the game key. So when the beta comes out or the new version comes out, I already have the key. I believe they email it to you too, to the email that you provide, but you're set to go. Once you pre-order it, it's ready to go. Again, if you're on Steam, then you have to wait until it releases on March the 15th. As we head to our break, here is the schedule of what's coming up on the road to release. Back in 2 minutes with our bounty. Hope you got an open slot. Can you take me on? We'll find out in 2 minutes' time. All right, we are back. And again, if you are new to Out of the Park developments, if you're new to the game, if you're new to Twitch, go check out some of our great streamers. You can find someone streaming OOTP content every single day of the week. And it's such a variety of different streams that we get. Everything from the base game to online leagues to tournament play to perfect team to card analysis to just goofy old things like checking the weather. Yeah, you get a lot of different things with your OOTP affiliates. So lots to choose from. Go check them out. Just simply type in your Twitch screen, Out of the Park and Out of the Park 24. And if they're streaming, you'll see their name there. Click on them, follow them so that when they do pop on, you'll be able to catch them. Also, you can link your OOTP account to your Twitch account, and you can get drops. You can get 5 drops a day from affiliates, 5 drops a day or more from the official channel, and those are free packs for you to open up at some point. So road to release, the next big news coming up officially on March the 6th, less than a week away, the brand new partnership with the Baseball Hall of Fame. More details on that. My guess it's going to be Dr. Dynastic and Rich Grisham, but who knows? Maybe there'll be someone else as part of that. And then in less than 2 weeks, Sporer unveils Perfect Team 25. Monday, March the 11th. Oh, take that day off work. I'm warning you guys, take that day off work. It's going to be a great day of content. For those of you that are new to the game and not sure whether you should get the official desktop version or the official Steam version, there are fans of both of them. You can go to the forums, and in the general discussions here, you click on that, and there is a pinned link there about the advantages and disadvantages of using Steam. I always get a copy of each. I have a desktop version and I have the Steam version. A lot of advantages for Steam. It's automatic updates. You don't have to re-download patches all the time. Steam will update it, but it's usually maybe a little bit later before you get those updates. And also, it's transferable from computer to computer. So if your hard drive dies, you're not going to lose the game because it's part of Steam. So if you've downloaded it on Steam already and you have to buy a new computer, it's easy to access all your games. Plus, there's a nice little library on Steam of all your games over the year. And this, again, the link that I gave you, I'll post it here, kind of gives you all the advantages and disadvantages of using Steam. Again, if you are going to use Steam, wishlist it. Okay, you have to wishlist it to save that 30% off and get all the free packs and everything that goes with it. All right, the bounty, as GT identified, I have picked the bounty. So if you guys have an open slot and there's still room, I put the instructions on during the break. There are only 5 teams in so far. Today is a unique day, February the 29th. So we're going to have a unique draft. February 29th only comes along once every 4 years. Well, you're going to have to choose batters that have one position eligibility when you hover over the card. If you go into the card and it says they're eligible, but they don't have bars for it, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about when you hover over it. It has to say only second base or center field or left field. One position eligibility. Outfield does not count for all 3. It's got to be either left field, right field, or center field. Pitchers, free will. Do whatever you want with your pitchers. If you want two-way pitchers, if you want pitchers that can also play second base, that's fine. But hitters, when you draft them, have to have one eligible position. Okay, I think that's clear. Todd TC is in. The Wonderbolts are in. I'm more of a Steam guy too. Warbot recommends Steam, so I think Steam is popular, but there are a lot of people that still support the desktop version. Or like I said, buy one, pre-order, and then when it comes on sale, get a second copy on the other version. I've got both, but I've used the Steam version 95% of the time. The only perk for me in getting the other version is that you get to play the beta 3 days early. So if you want in early and see what the game looks like 3 days before it releases, you can only do that through the non-Steam version. If that's not important to you and you're just starting to play, I'd probably recommend you go Steam. Because you don't have to manually download and worry about, corrupt files as much, I find, with Steam. Does one crash less than the other? That's a good question. Most of us right here are Steam. I crash not a lot lately, but over the course of the year, I would frequently crash 2 or 3 times a day, but it's only on specific. Usually if I'm on the tournament screen, that's when I would crash. Okay, let me bring this up. So usually when I'm on this screen here and I hover over it too long, that's when the game will usually crash for me. So I try to avoid that. And everyone's different. I know EVC, a lot of times he crashed when he was on the opening packs and he'd hover over the packs and he would crash. So I think it's different for everyone. It's not the same crash depending on the situation. Punk says you only crash when I hit the back button too much. And he doesn't use Steam. So I think either way, Chess Safari, you're going to get crashes, but Steam is just more accessible. Like I said, the big advantage is if you change computers or your hard drive dies, you've got it right there. You don't need to, go and find your license code and re-input it. But I'd recommend reading that link that I shared because there's people that give advantages and disadvantages. Some will never use Steam. Some hate Steam. And they comment why they don't like Steam. And some just absolutely love it. So again, welcome into the house, Dr. Dynastic. I saw you earlier, talked about you and your stream with Will and Matt yesterday. Wonderful job. Good stuff. Can't wait to see what else we have coming. We currently have 15 out of 16 teams. Waiting for one more before I draft my team. One more slot in the bounty. If you defeat me, Knock me out of the tournament, you get 5 packs. It's February the 29th. And if you get Al Rosen, you just have to take him. Al Rosen or Sadie Hook. Those are the only 2 cards in the game that celebrate a February 29th birthday. Take them if you see them. You're not required to, but it'd be kind of a fun part of this draft. Al Rosen, Sadie Hook, February 29th birthdays. All right, we are full. Okay, here are the rules again. Positional hitters have to be 1 position when you hover over them. Pitchers, take whoever you want for pitchers. I'll be watching. I'll be checking your teams. I'll be disqualifying you if you beat me and you're not compliant. Yeah, Chess, if you're only using OOTP, I can see the reasoning for getting the desktop version. But again, I just like the fact that it's, let's see if I can show this here quick. I'm not going to do this. Before I draft my team, yeah, this will work. Let me just do this. All right, so let me open my draft and get the timer going. We're not going to do a 5-minute draft because I would definitely lose that bet. Although that is a really fun idea. 5-minute drafts. Let's save that. Give me 30 seconds here. And welcome in, everyone, on this Thursday. Lap versus Chat 1928 contest coming up very shortly. As soon as we get the bounty done, we'll talk about a few other things coming up in the near future on my channel. And then we'll go on and do the Lap versus Chat. All right. I'll show that to you after the next break. So 1 positional players or any pitchers. Well, we got Fernando, we got Noodles, Buster. See, I can't take Buster Posey because it shows him as catcher and first base. Those guys are not allowed. Tony Gwynn, I cannot take. Center field, right field. Chipper Jones, I cannot take. So it's got to be a pitcher. Do I want Fernando or Mariano? Fernando or Mariano? What's the rules here? Just a standard draft. Let's go Fernando. For EVC and NYC, we're taking Fernando Valenzuela. Okay, Jeff Bagwell, I can take. Or Bottomley, or Hader, or Matt Cain. Cain, Bagwell, we're going to go Bagwell. First baseman, Bagwell. Again, as long as when you hover over, it shows 1 position. If you click on it, and it shows eligible at other positions, that's fine. You can take those guys. But they can only have 1 slider up here, 1 rating bar. Maury Wilson, please. Yes, Contreras. I am going to take him. I believe we need a catcher. Adam Wainwright for sure. And I cannot take Judy. I think we're going to go with a couple hitters here. Hack Wilson, you're my DH. You have to ignore all of your favorite Swiss Army. Yeah, I hear you. Brock Holt, I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. Dink Mothel, I apologize. I cannot take you guys. February 29th, we have to have a 1 unique kind of situation here. Max Bishop. He's a really good second baseman. So let's take, can Frank Thomas? No. Bob Groom? No. And this should be a pretty easy one. There's a lot of 1 positions. You might have to pass on some good players, but like Brad Hand and the new Addison Reed, Nicolino's New York Mets. Nicolino, if you're listening, that one's for you, buddy. EVC, I took Fernando. Nicolino, we're taking Addison Reed. And I'll take Tony Suck for Warbot if I see him. Chris Sale. Joe Creed? Yes, Joe Creed at third base. Oh yeah, backups are going to be a little tricky. I've got a little bit of a trick I'm going to try for backups. We've mentioned it on stream before. Bill Hall? No. Juan Pierre? Nope. And though the NEL cards, unless they're pitchers, good luck. See, now I can take Robert Poindexter. Because he's not listed as a batter on the card. He is a pitcher on the card, but he plays first base and left field. Remember, I said pitchers are fair game. So if you're looking for backups, NEL cards work perfectly. Hey, Den Brew. Den, buddy, high five. It's been a while. Toast to Den Brew. And also a toast to the new follower who won series last year. Well, that depends. It depends on which year you're talking about. So every version of the game is going to be a different answer. But thank you, who won series last year, for the follow. And Denbrew, good to see you back in the channel. So this is a best of 5 modern setting. So there's no special ballpark or anything like that. So we're going to take Robert because he can play first base and left field. And I guess we take Lance Lynn. Kyle Schwarber. Oh, Kyle, why do you have to be able to catch, Kyle? Bug, Dan Bruthers. Let's take Dan Bruthers and probably Migno. I think we're going to take a... See, he's qualified to play first base. So I can take this pitcher and he could be a backup first baseman. I could take this pitcher, backup first baseman. Let's go Expo. Really? You haven't found a single center fielder? There are quite a few of them in the game. You're just having bad luck there. Maybe look for a live pitcher that can play center field, because there are a few that can play in the outfield. The live pitchers. Speaking of pitchers, I need some more starters. Giolito and Diaz. See, like this one right here. Mickey Rivers can only play center field. So thank you for reminding me, Chess. I am taking Mickey Rivers. And for D block, we're taking Ventura. So I'm honoring some of the subscribers today. Ventura, we've got Valenzuela. I need a Texas Ranger and a Colorado Rocky. See, here's a second one, Chess. Chess, I'm getting all your center fielders. Jack Dalton can only play center field. But if I click on him, he's eligible for right field. So I can still take him if I want, because he just shows as a one-positional player. And this guy here can play first, second, and third as a pitcher. So I better take him. That gives me 12 pitchers. I don't need any more pitchers. And Jose Vidro can only play second. Wish come true, you ended up with 16 pitchers. The only 5 you could pick up were, oh yeah, I'm in the iron round now. That's a good point. I've got 12 pitchers. Uh-oh, I might be forced to take pitchers here. Clyde, I can take you. Good. Jake, cannot take Jake Lamb. Darren Jackson? Nope. Ricky. Oh. Jerry? Billy. Scott. Tony. Well, wish come true. I wish you would have posted that like 3 minutes ago when I was in round 10. I would have avoided taking pictures. So I have to take 4 pitchers. So I'm going to have 16 with you. But this guy can play first, second, and third, so I don't mind. He can back up if I need him. Jose Marte can play first. Louis Patino can play first, second, and third. And Gavin Stone can play first and third. So I lucked out. There were 5 players I could take on this screen. I can only take the 5 that I've chosen because everyone else is a hitter with multiple positions. Yep. All right. Well, I was the last one to finish the draft, I think, because I drafted when 16 teams were in. So if you're doing adjustments now, you might want to back out and go back in to make sure that they took, because I've got a lot of pitchers. Maybe we can meet each other in the first round. Wish. Batting ratings. Okay, so Poindexter, I'm going to set you to a 2-way. You have to do this before the tournament kicks off, otherwise it won't let you. Hit submit as soon as you set guys to 2-way. Who else? I'm going to put Adam Wainwright as a 2-way. And what's my depth chart look like now? Oh, what? I did not get a shortstop? Chat, you guys are just way too distracting. Yeah. Congratulations, whoever gets me round 1. I did not get a short. Oh, okay. I got to do some fancy. Who can play short? Positional ratings. First base, Poindexter. Second base, no one. Third base, short. Oh. This is ugly. I can't even look at myself on the screen. This is so ugly. Okay. Live pitchers. Let's go through quickly. Can any of you play short? Gavin Stone. First and third. 2-way player. Because it'll have to start someone at short. So it's probably going to put one of these pitchers in. Chad Smith. 2-way player. Two-way. And I know I could drag him here, but I want to make sure I'm going in the same order now, so I keep backing out. Diaz Coleman, 2-way. This is going to be, whoever wins this tournament, congratulations. Because this is going to be a tough one. Oops, not that one. He's already a 2-way. Okay, I think I got him. All right, let's set some strategy. Let's just go with that one there. Check out the depth chart. Still did not get a second catcher. And it has not kicked off yet, so you should still be good if you're making your changes or doing any adjustments. Just go and hit submit before it does fire off. All right, back in 2 minutes. We're on our next break. More news and info about what's coming up on stream after this break, and then lap versus chat. Stay tuned. Be back soon. All right, here we are. Welcome back, chat. Good to see you on this Thursday. Thank you for hanging out with the Hound on this Thursday. We'll have more giveaways coming up a little bit later, and we will do the draw, exclamation, enter, exclamation ticket, the early bird, the first hour draw here. So if you haven't entered yet, exclamation, enter, exclamation ticket. We'll be doing that as soon as we check out round one matchups. And GT is already celebrating because he thinks he's got those 5 packs guaranteed in his hand. He's going, Lap, I've got you beat because I get to play you first round. In round one, Joe Buck Yourself and Teddy O is going up against Warbot's baseball team. We've got EVC's Legends of Dodgerstown going up against Lord Christic 33's Rainiers. Ezra Denny's Red Shirts going up against Chess Safari and the Lynx. We've got Wish Come True and his Thunderbolts going up against the Vermont Yankees, who are one of the best teams in the 5L this month. Yankees, whenever you make the Final Four, I don't know how or why, but synchronicity, you come up against the Mill Basin Yankees. It always seems to be Yankees in the Final Four when both of you guys get there. Pussmuckers, guys named Todd, going up against Monterre Don's Evie's Baseball. We've got those Clowns run by Boiler Nemo. They're going up against Sean Sultan's Washington Park Rangers. I get to go up against GT. And the Candlepin Bowlers, Kay Carlton, who won a bounty recently, going up against a team I'm not familiar with. Weird Al. Love your music. Loved it. So unique. So Weird Al and the Wrecking Crew. I don't know if they were in the tournament before or if they're in the chat. Weird Al, if you're in the chat, say hi. Or if it's an alt of someone, say hi. I'm familiar with all the other teams except for that one there. So the question is, we got to look at a GT Sundowns team and if they're eligible. So let's go check out the sloths. Oh, I don't mind losing to a team with this guy. Okay, there's my Dave Steve moment. Louis Castillo, PT Elite, Woodruff. Yeah, you got a good team, but we got to check out your hitters. How were you able to do with the hitters? UVM Cats, both Yankees are tough teams. Mill Basin and Vermont, those are very tough teams. As we get later into the 5L, we'll go and take a look at that, but yeah, they're tough. All right, Sloss, how did you manage to get 2 catchers and everyone else filled in properly? Bill Freehan doesn't show their eligibility there. You cannot play Bill Freehan. He's got to be benched. He's catcher first base. Nice try, Sloss. Chris Hoyles is good. Nate is great. Freddie is steady. Good. You got a second baseman. York's a great pick because he's eligible at 5 positions. Oh, that's a great pick. Eligible 1 technically, but can play qualified at others. That is a card to look forward to. Third baseman is good. Scott Rowland. You got the luckiest of anyone in this draft. I probably would have had a much better draft if I had thought through it. Like Wish Come True said at the end, you might be forced to take a lot of pitchers. I wasn't completely focused, to be honest. You found 3 center fielders. So what does your depth chart look like? You're short 1 catcher. And otherwise, you're good. Yeah. All right. Well, congratulations on the sweep. I hope you enjoy the 5 packs. And you know what? Because I'm probably going to we're going to put a bounty on another team here. We're going to make Warbot the other bounty team. So on the left side of the bracket, if you come up against Warbot and you beat them, you get 5 packs. If you don't beat them, you don't get 5 packs. So Warbot and myself are the 2 bounties. Good luck. I will definitely need some of that. Oh, Warbot's he's just bragging now. I'm glad I made him the bounty because it's going to be even more joy if you're able to beat Warbot. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the cockiness there. Isn't that the right plan? Just do what I normally do. EVC's got a catcher backing up all outfielders. Who is that? It's definitely not the guy I wanted to take. The live guy, Schwarber, Kyle Schwarber. Okay, we'll check on that in a little bit. Let me get back to my main screen. Okay. I'm sure GT will let me know when he beats me. So yeah, talking about Twitch and advantages of, or talking about Steam and advantages of using Steam. One really nice thing about Steam is it has a library there for you. So every version of Out of the Park Baseball you buy, it's just right there. You open up Steam, boom, there's your library. You open up the version of the game you want. It's permanently there. If your hard drive crashes, if you move to a different desktop, you just download Steam again, the app, boom, they're there. I think you may have to re-download each game though, but at least it's all conveniently in one place. So even if this is the only game you play, it's kind of nice to have all versions of the game there. And I go back to version 14 on Steam. Didn't get 15 or 16 on Steam. It was, I think I got the desktop versions of those, but otherwise, plus above that, I have some of the FHM franchise hockey manager games too. All right, the Laptop Daily. Some of you have been talking about that. Here are your updated standings. Yesterday, 68 Pirates and his Central Kentucky Pirates took first place. Sundown Sloths. I just see you everywhere now. Leave me alone, Sundown. They took second place. The Tippy Canoe, first time they've been in the top 4. The Terrors took third, and the Deja Vu finished in 4th place. So with 2 tournaments to go, today and tomorrow, 2 tournaments to go to award our 20 packs. Look how close it is. So this has been one fun tournament. The Dodgers and the Hoosman won December. Makadkar and his Passamaquoddy won January. Charles had a lead for about half of the month before the Llamas, Pirates, Yankees, and Wolves went on a tear. A couple fun facts. 2 teams have won back-to-back in January. That was the Llamas winning 2 in a row and Escape from New York winning 2 in a row. But the Wolves have just been on fire. Look at this. 3rd place, 2nd place, 2nd place. The Yankees, 1st place, 1st place. The other Yankees, 2nd place, 1st place. So yeah, there are 4 or 5 managers really exceeding in January. Yeah, I can do that once this month is done. I do have all 3 saved. So we can kind of take a look GT. The tournament will still be going, but I just won't have the 20 packs to give out because once we get to the new game, they'll probably shut off our supply of OOTP24 packs. At least that's what they did last year. So I can't guarantee they'll be giving out 24 packs once March 15th comes along. It'll probably be drops and everything for OOTP25. But there might be a couple days. I think last year there were a few days transition when the new game came out. So don't expect new packs right on March 15th. It could take a couple days. It definitely won't be during the beta phase. Machia Pet in the house. ID 64 Pirates 1. I'm not on mute. Am I coming up as mute? You guys hear me? What's this mute stuff? Oh, the camera froze. Okay. Oh. Yeah, rural internets, it doesn't happen a lot, but rural internet every once in a while we get or it might be the Twitch freeze, because remember on DishNet streams, he has that little bit of a glitch about an hour and a half into his stream. Could be the same thing. Okay, it's working now. Yeah. I'm going to say it's a Twitch glitch because usually I don't have too many issues other than muting myself. All right, here's what's coming up on the Lap stream over the next week. Some exciting news for you guys. First off, a special reveal. Well, the reveal's coming up in just a little bit, and we're going to play our Lap versus chat. That's coming up. Also, tomorrow, final day coverage of the 5L. Yes, the 5L, in terms of prizes, is going to end. However, it will continue. I'm still going to track it. I'm still going to do a leaderboard for March. It just, I won't be able to give you any prizes because by the end of March, those packs won't be available. And I don't think it would be right to give you OOTP25 packs for OOTP24 content. So we'll still keep that going. We'll still track it and talk about it. Monday, the last Wheel of Destiny theme team build. Monday, we're going to open up a lot of packs. We're going to change some players because next week is the last week EVC will be updating the friends list. So this week and next week, if you're a theme teamer, last chance for your theme teams. Tuesday, we're going to do a special tribute to our favorite lower cards. And I don't know if D-Block is still around. D-Block doesn't know about this. But D-Block, you're coming on with me next Tuesday to talk about our favorite lower level cards over the course of the cycle. Just iron and bronze. Cards we've enjoyed, cards we've used, cards that maybe kind of surprised us a little bit. There you go, D-Block. All right. Thank you. Confirmed. Next Wednesday night on OOTP official channel on Twitch, we got the Hall of Fame announcement. I don't know if it's going to be on Twitch or YouTube because I thought yesterday's was going to be on Twitch, but it was on YouTube. So it might be on YouTube. I don't know. Next Friday, 1 week from tomorrow, last mega pack opening for my gladiators. And then Monday, March the 11th, take that day off because we're going to have some fun. Monday, March 11th, we have the Waggy Awards. The Waggies. Partially because Laptop Hound, a dog usually has a tail and wags it, and partially because one of my co-hosts, Ezra Denny, who's a Daddy Wags fan, so it just made sense. So we got the Waggy Awards. We're going to have some special co-hosts. EVC and NYC is going to have on his most elegant hat. Ezra will have a hat. And we're going to present some awards. So what I need from you guys, EVC has nothing to do with the WAG other than, you could have a theme team with dog names. You know, Doggy Miller. It'd be a one-man team probably. So guys, please help us out. Please support us. Please tune in next week or not next week, on March the 11th, because this is our final send-off. After this show, we're going to be doing OOTP25 beta content, because this is the last day, because the beta comes out on the 12th, depending on the time it comes out. But this is pretty much our final send-off. And EVC the day before has his big final send-off with the theme teams. So back to back, we're sending off the game in the best way that we can. So tune in, some special guests, special content, special fun, special chance to win some final packs in OOTP24. So what I need from you guys is, it doesn't have to be right now, but over the course of the next week, I'm only going to have this available for a week, is to fill out this form. Fill out the form. And hey, Wiz Nation, checking out the Discord. Yeah, join the Discord. So fill out this form over the course of the next week, because this is like the Community Choice Awards. You know, in Hollywood, they have the People's Choice Awards. This is the Community Choice Awards, where you guys and your answers are going to play a factor into what awards we give out. And in between awards, we're going to have some guests on. We're going to play some games, some cool ones that I think we're going to have fun with. Some of these are not awards. They're just kind of more informational. Like, have you played a theme team this year? Is it your first year playing Perfect Team? Just to kind of get an idea of, you know, the community a little bit. And then, yeah, a lot of different questions about specific cards, the card arts, your favorite parts of playing the game. So please, over the course of the next week, fill that out. One lucky winner will get 10 packs just for filling it out. We'll do a random draw of 10 packs from everyone that fills it out. And please, one human per entry. Don't have 7 email accounts and fill it out 7 times. Please, just one. Because if we notice something, then, you know, if it's Wiz Nation 1, Wiz Nation 2, Wiz Nation 3, and Wiz Nation 4, nothing against you, Wiz Nation, but we're going to disqualify you because it's a little bit obvious. Some people do not hide their alts very well. So please, one human per entry. You have no idea what you're doing and you have 24 and pre-ordered 25. Well, Wiz Nation, there you go. Here we have a guy or a girl, or we have a OOTP player, new to the game, first time in the chat. Cheers to you. We have a very knowledgeable chat. If you have any questions, check them out, ask them, and check out our affiliate streamers. There are a lot of people that stream this game every day of the week. So zone in on what your favorite aspect of the game is, and we can recommend a streamer or two that are must watch. If you play base game, if you play online leagues, there's specific streamers for that. If you play Perfect Team, a lot of streamers do that. And our first person to enter, the real Teddy O. Thank you, Teddy. Your ballot is in. Okay, let's do our giveaway here. Closing off in 10 seconds. Exclamation enter, exclamation ticket. Thanks, Wiz Nation. Yeah, feel free to post in the Discord any questions that you have. Some baseball stuff, some hockey stuff there. Okay, closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you can enter contest, Wiz Nation. I'll give you a few seconds. I don't know if you entered, but you'll see how everyone's putting exclamation mark ticket. If you do that, you get entered into the contest and you win 5 packs. So just in the chat right there. Yep, just like that. See, you're in now. Here we go. Winner is of 5 standard packs goes to alcohol. Alcohol? L_Cahal? You're going to need to send me a whisper because I don't know what your PT username is. And if I don't get the whisper within a couple minutes, I'll do a redraw because you have to be here in the chat. So just click on my name there, alcohol, and let me know what your, yeah, you may be under the table already. Wasn't that a party? Could have been the whiskey. Might have been the gin. Could have been the 2, 4, 6 pack. I don't know. But look at the shape he's in. All right. Alcohol, we'll be waiting for your little whisper response. I'm not going to close off the giveaway yet because if he doesn't respond by 2:50, we're redrawing. Shortstop Adam Wainwright hit a single in the bottom of the 7th to tie the score in game 1. Woo! My undermanned team hanging around. So again, guys, please enter that survey. 10 of you already. Thank you so much. We'll leave this going until next Thursday's show. After that, I'll close it off. We'll tabulate all the results, and the Waggies will be on Monday, March the 11th at my usual time, 1 p.m. Eastern. A couple co-hosts and some fun to be had. Catch EVC the day before that. He's doing a little mini marathon. Oops. Was I allowed to say that, EVC? Is that public knowledge yet? Oops. He might be doing something on the Sunday before. I don't know. I had some stuff to drink this morning. I could be out of touch. All good? Okay. Woo! He will be doing a little mini marathon. And also another streamer, Warbot. Someone shout out Warbot's channel. If you haven't checked out Warbot and you like kind of more of a model analysis of what different statistical models say about cards to use, definitely you want to check out Warbot. And we're on a break. So we'll talk about what Warbot's going on tomorrow in just a couple minutes. Be back soon. All right, we're back here. Once again, 2 dates to keep in mind coming up in just over a week time. Sunday, March the 10th, an EVC extravaganza where he'll be recapping theme teams over the course of the last year. And the day after that, March 11th, will be the Waggy Awards. Ezra, EVC, and some other people dropping in during the show some special things that we're going to go through and going to have some fun with you guys as we wrap up OOTP24. So catch out EVC on the Sunday, myself on the Monday, and we will tabulate your results. 18 entries so far. Again, we'll keep that open for about a week. Warbot, tomorrow, Warbot will be streaming with Izadafo, and they're going to kind of do their own tribute to OOTP. Dynamic MLB, good to see you, my friend, in the chat. So please help Warbot and Izadafo accumulate some stats. They like stats. They will probably give their opinion on a lot of the stats that are accumulated. So please help them out. Vote for the All Warbot All-Star team. Which cards had the biggest impact so far for you in OOTP Perfect Team? So not a base game kind of thing. This is all about your perfect team. If you want to submit somebody not on the ballot, it's easiest to ask them, and they can add it to the ballot before you vote. So if you see a catcher that you really enjoyed and it's not part of the ballot, just in the chat here, Warbot's around, to say, hey, Warbot, can you add Dink Mothel? And he'll add Dink Mothel. And then when he's added that player, he will let you know, and then you can vote after that. So yeah, basically players for all the different positions. Yeah, I know we don't have a write-in. We're just going to go with those ones, EVC, because for a lot of those different questions, I could have added many more cards. And we all know Ozzy was going to win anyway. Ozzy was going to win. That's why I said, even in the question, other than Ozzy Smith, because he was going to win. We're giving the award to Ozzy Smith. No one doubts Ozzy Smith is the best live or photo card. But just of the 5 that are on the thing there, because like I said, I could have added a few more, but then the form just gets longer and longer. So we'll keep it at that because some people have voted already. So we'll keep it consistent. So I'm going to go through and quickly choose my all-stars. For catcher, I'm going to go with Jeff Mathis. I think a guy that we all know and have used at some point. There is no Tony Suck, but maybe you could request him. There was that overall rated 2 Tony Suck. So technically there was a card of Tony Suck. Technically. It was shown on stream. First base. Who stands out for me at first base? I think we have to go with Lou. I think he came out early, and he's a card that people were chasing and people use in tournaments, people use in drafts. So I'm going with Lou. Second base. My favorite second baseman, I said the day he came out, this guy is meta. He's going to stay meta for a long time. And Jerry Pretty was a card that I just love. One of my favorite bronze cards. And I'm sure he'll come up next Tuesday when I talk to D-Block about our favorite lower level cards. Third base. Who stands out? I'm going to go with Eddie Matthews Limited Edition, because I pulled the number 1 out of 25 Eddie Matthews. So for me, that's more of a personal favorite because of the card rather than the ability. So I'm going with Eddie Matthews, number 1 out of 25, which I did on a Kidneys tease. I DM'd Kidneys. I said, Kidneys, did you see the new LEs come out? And he said, no, I haven't really looked, Lap. And this was back in May and June. So Kidneys, I'm going to open up 10 packs. You want to do a video with me? I'll open up 10 packs, see if we get one of those. He's like, no, I'm good, Lap. Well, I'm going to open them up anyway. So I opened up 10 standard packs, and I got the number 1 out of 25 Eddie Matthews. So that was cool. Shortstop. A lot of different choices here. I mean, there's the LE, Ozzie Smith. There's the Everett Cabrera I used a lot in iron early. The Nunez in gold. I'm going to go with that Nunez because I used him a lot in gold for a long period of time. So he's going to be my shortstop. Oh, GT Sundown? Did you beat me in game 1? And I beat you in game 2. Am I still freezing up a little bit? I see the mute lap. I'm not muted. No, I'm not muted. Left field. Left field. Well, of the names here, I'm going James Wood. That was a Future Legends meta card that came out when it was released. Again, very popular card. And that's who I'm going with left field. Center field. Notice I'm not picking a lot of perfects because I didn't get a lot of these cards. If I don't own these cards or didn't use them, I'm not picking them. Like, it's got to be cards I've owned and used. So I'm going to go with Walt Wilmot. Again, another gold tournament card I played for quite a bit. Very good early era center fielder. So Walt, you made the ballot. Oh, something on the ballot? Something on the form? What's wrong with the form? What's up? What do I need to change? The online league requires a question and answer per row. Yeah, I added that one in last moment because EVC recommended that I change this question around, and I'm not really familiar with how to do tick box ones. So we're going to uncheck that. Requires a response in each row. Okay. Thank you. Unfortunately, if you voted already, you know what? I'm going to go and go to the settings and allow you to change your responses because I can do that. Responses. Allow response editing. There you go. So hopefully once you've submitted it, it will allow you to change it. Someone can update me there. Someone that's filled it out, let me know if you can change your responses. Thanks, GT, for pointing that out. I think that was the only tick box one, right? Yeah. All right, let's go back to the Warbot All-Stars here. Right field. Right field. Right field. I like the bronze Roberto Clemente. I didn't use the iron too much. So the bronze, if the bronze was on there, I would have voted for him. I'm going to go with, yeah, the silver David Justice. That was a really good card when it came out. DH wise, let's go with Andre Ethier. Utility. Oh, gotta be Harry Ford. No, Harry or Dink. Harry or Dink. I don't know. I played both gold and bronze. Dink Harry. Harry Dink. Harry Dink. Which one? Harry. What's this now? Starting right-handed starter. Lucas Giolito. I'm not even looking at anyone else. Left-handed starter. Cliff Lee. Not looking at anyone else. Relief pitcher. Tyler Clippard. There's an option to edit your response. That's all good now, GT. So even if people have filled it out, they can go back and change it. And yeah, I don't mind if you go change it. That's no problem for changing it. Reliever, I did like that Hal Woodashik. I'm going to go Hal Woodashik. Live card, I don't care really. Live? Joey Gallo. Although Kyle Schwarber could be on there too. Most disappointing card. Ooh. Dave Steeb. Just kidding. Where's Dave Steeb? Most disappointing card. I want that the Tony Fernandez limited edition because I wanted him to play second base. Where's Tony Fernandez? It's not on here. Then I don't think the Sandy Koufax was disappointing. That was a hot card. I mean, you couldn't get him, but I don't think a card disappointing. I guess disappointing in terms of you couldn't get him, if that's what you mean. Let's go with the Ted Williams. I'm going to go with Ted Williams. Ignore your first one. Okay. It wouldn't allow you to edit it, huh? Yeah. Ted was that one that kind of broken from what I heard. Players that should have a card in PT24. Well, I'm going with the Chicken Man. Not the singer. Kenny Rogers, Texas Rangers. He needs a card. Favorite tier meta bronze. Done. Boom. Write-ins, please include the writings along with. Okay, no, we don't need a write-in. Tony Suck, I don't think was on there, was he? I guess as a write-in. Oh, he is there. Tony Suck is there. Okay. We'll add to the Tony Suck responses. There we go. So do Warbot a favor. Go and fill that form out. And tomorrow he and Izadoffa will go through and let you guys know who had won. And we got 27 responses so far. That's good. Hoping we can reach at least 100 by the end of next week. So feel free to let people know. I'll post this in my Discord as well. Other streamers, feel free to share this link on your stream too, to try and get some of your viewers to fill the form out. And yeah, it'll be fun to see who wins those awards. Monday, March the 11th. Okay, game on. It is time to enter another Google form here for today's contest. So if you want to try and win some packs, well, your team has to achieve some achievements. So there you go. We got Warbot's form. We've got my form there. I'll pin Warbot's once we start the lap versus chat. But priority is to get this one filled out because I'm only going to give you about 7 minutes to get this filled out. For every accomplishment that chat achieves, winning an exhibition game against me, the best regular season, winning a Cy Young or MVP, winning the World Series, each time you achieve one of those missions, 5 packs will be given out to the community. And alcohol, I got your message. So it is given out. All right. Alcohol. So we can close off that giveaway. So again, we'll do a new giveaway once we finish lap versus chat base game and depending how many goals that you achieve. Let's just do a quick check on the Twitter, Perfect Team Twitter. If you use X or Twitter, here's a link to their Twitter account. They have 2 different accounts, one for Perfect Team and one kind of a more general account. Oh, say it ain't so, GT. All right, let's go check in on the bounty. 2 bounties, a bounty on my team, a bounty on Warbot's team. And let's see where we are. 16 teams enter the ring. How many are left? I'll put it up on the screen in a sec once I've logged in here. Well, this is a February 29th situation. I did not see this one coming. I would have lost a lot of money on this one, as would most of you. But somehow I do not have a shortstop. I won 3-1. Who played short for me? Adam Wainwright played shortstop for me, and he got 2 hits, an RBI, a double. Fernando was my player of the game, going 8 innings. And we won in 12 innings, scoring 2 runs in the bottom of the 12th. Must have been a home run. Home run by Mr. Contreras, my only catcher. So EBC, there's our dream matchup. Steve versus Valenzuela. Both had strong games, almost identical. Look at this. Both had 8 innings. Both gave up 7 hits. Both gave up 1 run, 1 earned run. Fernando had 2 more walks and 3 more strikeouts. So EBC and I, our pitchers were like carbon copy in this game. Game 2, what went on here, GT? 13-1? How did I score 13 runs with an unmanned team? Lance Lynn with the win. Patino gets a save, even though we scored 13 runs. Home runs by Hack Wilson, Mr. Ellis Valentine. Wainwright, my shortstop, goes 2 for 4, 2 runs and an RBI. Who needs shortstops when you can just draft Adam Wainwright? Unfreaking believable. Adam Wainwright, at least in those first 2 games, cleaning up. How do you get a save with 13 runs? Well, I guess it's because he pitched 4 innings. So he would have come in the 6th inning. So at that point, it was 12-1. I don't know. How does it? I guess because he pitched over 3 innings, right? Any pitcher that pitches over 3 innings gets a save. Let's go. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter the score. And in round 3, or game 3, it was a 4-1 score. Poindexter with the win. Brad Hand with the save. And shortstop Adam Wainwright goes 1 for 3. He's hitting .417 in the tournament. Fielding stats, 1 error. 1 error, 2 putouts, 1 assist in 4 total chances. So I will take that production. And the good news is now my catcher, my only catcher, gets 2 days off. He gets to rest a little bit. So I'm going to have a fresh squad. And for those of you that did not see me draft, here's my depth chart. They went 3-0 against the full team. Never, ever complain about your drafts again. Anyone, even myself. Because this just goes to show anyone can win any round. Who needs a shortstop? All you guys that were saying catcher, shortstop, and center field are must-haves. All right, let's see how the rest of the round has progressed here. We've got Charles. The bounty is still alive on Charles. He won 3-0 over Teddy O. EVC now has a chance to claim the bounty over Charles. The Red Shirts swept the Rainiers. They are still alive, and the Wonderbolts get to take on Ezra Denny. So 3 streamers alive out of 4. What's wrong with you? Wish come true. Why aren't you streaming? It could have been a perfect 4 for 4. On the right side of the bracket, we got a tight matchup between Fussmucker and Evie Monterdon. John Soul advanced. We advanced. And I get to take on K. Carlton Lassiter. So that is the next team I need to check for eligibility. The Candlepin Bowlers. Okay, we have a chance. Although they do have a true shortstop. But it's look at this. This guy, 2 hits in 4 games. Come on. Come on. What kind of shortstop is that? 2 hits in 4 games. This guy. Look at this. 5 hits in 3 games. Who needs a shortstop? So you are short as well. But the good news is K. Carlton swept his first round, I believe, right? Did you sweep it? No, you went 4 games. So you might be a little tired. Check out those bowlers again. Yeah, your catcher probably will not be fully recovered, which is good news for me. Because my catcher is at 96. So he'll be good to go for probably 3 games. This is why we play these bounties. This is why we have fun, just because we get results like this. Unexpected results. A draft where you could only draft 1 positional hitters and rosters that are decimated because of it. And we still come out of it. So Wonderbolts will take on the Red Shirts. Dodgertown will take a chance at the bounty. Still waiting for 1 more match to finish, and then the Rangers will play that team, and then the Bowlers get a chance to take the bounty off of me. All right, back in 30 seconds. Lap versus chat. Enter. Fill out the form. It's pinned in the message box. All right, we're back here. Last call for filling out the pinned form for Lap versus Chat at a chance to win some packs. Going to take a quick peek at the Laptop Daily here, the lower level Leisure Lounge. 2 days to go today and tomorrow to finish off our February winner. And I have been knocked out by some guy. Some guy knocked me out. You might be familiar with this guy. Tootie50, if you're listening, can you have a chat with your son, please? Please call him up after this stream. After you finish watching this stream, Tootie, call up your son and say, son, what are you doing knocking out Laptop Hound? That's not very nice of you. Give him one of these, Tootie. Use him by his first name. His full first name. Give him the look, that mother look. All right. So I get knocked out by a Don't Cut the D Block Dragon. We got Sporer and the Sandlots. We got Big Stream and Charles. We got the Cubs and the Lindy Hops, the Worker Bees and EVC, the Dodgers and Makadkar, Ezra and the Seals, D Block and H Hawk, Typhoon and the Llamas. All right. Well, good news for the Llamas, because the Llamas are the only team still alive in today's tournament in the top 5. So here we go. The Llamas currently in 4th position. The Pirates, the Yankees, and the Wolves cannot get any more points today. So the Llamas, if they win today's tournament, if Music Lessons can pull this off, he will pull up to 15 points, which means he still has a shot if he can win tomorrow. Otherwise, tomorrow's going to be Wolves and Yankees. If one of those, if the Yankees can make the Final Four tomorrow, they could still win this. So we're going to broadcast the later half of that tournament tomorrow, starting at 5 p.m. Eastern. We'll watch it play out to the finals. We'll reward our winner, and good luck for those of you that are still playing in that tournament. Okay, so let's go and remind you about the Waggies. 27 entries there for our award show on March the 11th. There you go. Please fill that out. Everyone that fills it out will get an entry for a chance to win some packs. Also, we got 12 entries in Lap versus Chat. Again, it's pinned. That's the link that's pinned. So you got 2 minutes to quickly fill that out if you want a chance to win some packs. And of course, we've got the form from, I already closed it down. We got the form from Charles. Charles, if you're here, just post your form one more time. Your all-stars that you and Isadolfo are going to present tomorrow. All right. I think we're just about ready here. Close that one down. And chat, Fussmucker, let us know who won Game 5 between you and Monterdon. Someone let us know once that Game 5 is sim, so then we know who our next round opponents are. All right, let's continue our base game. Rich Rock, yeah, you're close. You were close. Which team are you? Are you the Vermont Yankees? All right, there's the Warbot form. We got forms all over the place. I'm going to pin his form in just a couple minutes once we close off the Lap versus Chat one. Mill Basin. Oh, you're the Mill Basin Yankees. You're the other Yankees. You've been phenomenal. You should be noticing by all those choice packs that you're getting, but you've been definitely one of the top 3 or 4 teams in February. It's funny, month to month, we have different dominant teams. I wonder if that's because the era has changed, or maybe it's just the luck has changed in the cards that you're getting. Yeah, there's music lessons. That's music lessons is the team that runs the Portland Llamas. And we see them. They're the only ones in the top 5 that could get points today. So music lessons, if you can pull this off and get a win, you could still take the whole thing by winning tomorrow. But you have to have back-to-back wins, which again, going to be very tough. But I think you might have done that before. I think you've had back-to-back. All right, guys, I am going to close the form off. Now I need your help. And thank you, Kusharam, thank you for re-upping your sub. Big thumbs up. Toast. 6 months as you enter your 3rd trimester, Kusharim. Thank you for all your support. And good luck in any of the drafts you come up against me.
Crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Crying all the time. No, you ain't ever caught a rabbit, and you ain't no friend of mine.
Well, you are a friend of mine, Kusharim. Thank you so much for re-upping on the sub. 6 months as part of the Dog Pound. And again, thanks Wiz Nation for the follow. Thank Who Won the series last year for the follow. Ezra Denny right off the top of the show, re-upping his sub. 11 months with the channel. So again, thank you guys that have been part of that today. You have to reverse sweep today? Oh, so we could have all of our top teams being knocked out. But again, you still want to try for top 4 because that gets you another entry into the pack draw contest. And we're going to do that after the finals tomorrow. We'll find out who our winners are. So 5 p.m. tomorrow, probably 5 to 7 p.m. is when we're going to do the stream tomorrow. And it's going to be focused on that last laptop daily. All right. I don't know if my good friend Caged Wisdom's in the chat. Some of the other people that have been helping with the chat side of things. No one has paid any Hound Biscuits to be the exclusive captain today. 1968, as you guys try to improve your record. You guys have won 1 World Series. I have won none. But last year was my best record. I went 84 and 78, and you guys went 87 and 75. So the way you can win packs, 1, you have had to fill the form out. If you didn't do that, you can't win the packs. It's pinned. It's right there in the chat. It's pinned. 2, you have to try to accomplish 4 tasks. Win a World Series or make a World Series. You don't have to win it. Make a World Series. Beat me in the exhibition game. Have a better regular season and win one of the 2 major awards. You guys have got 3 of those at one point. So it can be done. Last year, you guys had an amazing season in terms of some of your players. If we look at the league history and we go to awards, in the NL, chat had the most valuable player, your Hanley Ramirez, MVP of the NL. Also, in terms of awards in the NL, the EVC Bunk Award, which is kind of like the Gold Glove Award. Sandy Koufax, 2nd Bunk Award for you guys on your team. And that was it. In terms of the Chess Safari Hitting Award for the NL, Hanley Ramirez won it for you guys for 2nd base. And Tip O'Neill won his first Chess Safari Hitting Award in left field. And I think that is it, because this custom award doesn't seem to work. So there you go. That is your award history. And in terms of your team history, you guys won the World Series 2 seasons ago in 1968. You defeated the Baltimore Orioles, and you won your first World Series. Yes, EVC, all about the bunk. The New York Post has confirmed that. Busmucker showed me that. EVC confirmed by the New York Post, all about the bunk. Okay, here we go. Let's go to the draft. We are on December the 1st. And I'm going to go close the form off first. Before you get any insider information, we need to close the form. 14 entries closing off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I didn't read the whole article. I would imagine it was scary, but yeah, I didn't read the whole article. No more responses. Let's open up the sheet, which you can't see on screen, but I'm doing that anyway for future reference. Good luck in your quest for packs. All right, here we go. Let's go to the draft. First year player draft. Want to show you guys your team first because you guys are going to make the decisions. This is what you have in terms of your pitching staff. All of these guys you have drafted now. These are all guys that came from your decisions. You got Koufax, Novoa, Pedro Martinez. You brought up to the majors last season. He went 3-3 with a 1.65 ERA. He's only got a 21 stamina though. Hal White, been a good pitcher for you. And then you got Harry Hoke, Dick Lines, Alvarez, Ali Reynolds, who's been a bust for you. You drafted him in the first round, 4th pick overall. And his stuff went from 100 to 77. Movement from 100 to 33. Control from 33 to 42. So he was a first round bust. And you had him in the minors, I think, or did you bring him up right away? No, that might have been why. You brought him up to the major leagues in his draft year. So he didn't spend any time in the minors. But he was 24 years old, so probably the right decision. You also have Amos Russi, 23-year-old. He was your second round pick last year or 2 years ago, and Derek Thompson. So that's what your pitching staff looks like. You could always improve your pitching. And for your hitters versus the lefties, there's your depth chart. Russell Martin and John Buck at catcher. Corbin Carroll, Dave Kingman at first. Henley Ramirez and Ace Stewart. Willie Ibar, Willie Boomklust. Mike Lowell, Charlie Smith. Huey Jennings, Tip O'Neill, Lloyd Wayner, Billy Ott, and Billy Williams. So you do have, you could probably replace Billy Ott, Charlie Smith, Ace Stewart, maybe John Buck. And let's see if we can show last year's stats. Time frame. Last week, career. Got to be a way to show last season. Batting stats. There we go. That is your last season stats. Ace Stewart hit very poorly. John Buck hit poorly. Willie Bloomquist hit poorly. Charlie Smith and Billy Ott. So you kind of have an idea of which guys could be replaced. In the system, minor leagues, John Clarkston is probably getting close to being called up. So he's a pitcher you have, but he only has 3 stamina, so he's definitely not going to be a starter. And that's pretty much it for AAA. AA, you've got this pitcher here, 26 years old. You got Scott Hastings, 23 years old. And you've got an outfielder, Jeremy Reed. And in rookie ball, doesn't look like anyone's, going to break through. You do have Pop Schneider. Maybe you bring up instead of Joe Buck. It's only 19, though. It's probably too early for him. You've got Choi, 25 years old. Jim Breton. And Barrios. All right, so there you go. That can help you make some decisions on who you want to draft. Let's get to it. The mock draft has Jack Glasscock going first overall to the Red Sox. Mike Greenwell going second to the White Sox. Mel Ott to the Pirates. You got Sherry McGee in the draft pool. Bill Salkeld, Harry Krause, Carson Bigby, Grady Hatton, Jake Dalbert, and Kurt Blefary. Names. I'm projected to get Cannonball Titcomb. Okay, let's get to round one. And I think I'm going to get the first pick here because I had a worse regular season, but it won't be for a while. All right, so off the board are Jack Glasscock. He goes number one as projected. Sherry McGee, Mel Ott. All the names I read out there. Mike Greenwell fell a little bit. Blondie Purcell goes. Jack Kramer, Kelly Downs. Here's what your draft pool looks like. You have to take someone showing on the screen at the moment. So here are our batters. Not a very strong batting class left. Kurt Blefary and Bill Salkeld. Ooh. Pitcher-wise, here's what we got. Stuff, movement, and control. Pitcher BABIP, home run suppression. Andy Cummings. Alan Foster is a reliever. Again, not a lot of strength in the pitching pool. Let's look for two ways. Are there any pitchers that can hit? No Tip O'Neill types. I guess the strongest would be Candy Cummings. So that's what we have. Batters. And I am up. And I got to refresh my memory. Who are my catchers? Reese McGuire and Walker Cooper. All right. No brainer for me. I am drafting. Laptop Hound will take catcher Bill Salkeld. Bill, you look really good. You're ready to play now. You're 26 years old. It's time to win. Welcome to the Oilers. You guys are up. So the way we usually do this, if this is your first time here, usually people throw some names out in the chat, and then I ask you guys to vote. And when I ask you guys to vote on who you want to draft, then you put it in capital letters. Here's what you got for hitters. You've got left fielder Kurt Blefary, 20 years old. Left fielder, 19-year-old Carson Bigby. Third baseman, 22-year-old Grady Hatton. Second baseman, Joe Panik. And catcher, 20-year-old John Peters. The other two 3-star players, Tim Teufel, second baseman, 23 years old. And finally, Bobby Tolan, 18 years old, plays left and right field. Pitchers. Candy Cummings, 22 years old. Teufel, thank you, Teufel. Alan Foster, reliever. I see two candies. Does someone else want candy? Just type candy in capital letters. I see two candies so far. Time to vote. Capital letters. I'm looking for the capital letter votes here. We got 3 candies, 4 candies. Okay. Yeah, that, like you guys said, that's a no-brainer. Candy Cummings is part of Twitch chat. On to round 2. Again, we will only draft 5 rounds. On to round 2. All right, Laptop Hound. In terms of starters, we got Bill Graham. I'm only looking for high stamina guys. We got Steve Baker. So not a lot of starters left. And in terms of batters, yeah, no, it's easy choice for me. I'm going with the pitcher with the high stamina. That was Bill Graham. Bill Graham is part of the team. This guy right here. Lefty. And there's no other starters even close. All right, chat, you're up with your round 2 pick. With his 24-inch pythons, was he a big guy? Give you a few seconds to look over. In terms of ratings, Alan Foster's a great pitcher. 22 stamina. 18 years old, so you can even put him in the minors and try and work on his stamina if you want. He's fully developed. He's by far the best pitcher left. Batters, you're looking at Tim Teufel, Sean Berry, Doc Cook, Dan Dreesen. No one has a defense over 59. Contact potential, highest is Tim Teufel. Power potential, highest is Don Nance. Orlando Hudson. Howard Johnson. All right, it is time to vote. Who do you guys want? We're at the stage in the franchise here where you're kind of just looking for backup pieces or pitchers. Capital letters. Vote for you who want in capital letters, because then they'll know it's a true vote rather than a suggestion. Lowercase for suggestions, capital letters for who you think you should take. We got Jerry. We got 2 Fosters. 3 Fosters. Okay, good. That was going to be my choice if he was still there. Yeah, that is the best player in the draft. Like, that is probably a 3 or 4 inning guy stopper, or even can start if he's only 18 years old. All right, let's go into round 3. Okay, what do we got for pitchers? Let's look at their ratings. Stuff, movement, control, BABIP, home run suppression. Who stands out? Maybe one. 25 years old. Todd Jones. Lefty Williams. This is 1968, so that might play. 18 years old, though. Mel Queen looks like he has potential as a reliever. Bill Douglas. So stamina-wise, the highest guy stamina-wise is this guy here. Not a very good pitcher, though. Who do I have for hitters? No one's really standing out here. Spider Jorgensen. Again, there were no strong two-way players. You guys got the only pitcher that can kind of hit with Candy Cummings. All right, I'm going with another pitcher here. Let me see who that was. It was where did you go? Going with this guy, Juan. I think he can step in right away. Juan Cerros from Mexico. All right, you're up for round number 3. You kind of hopefully took a look at some of the players I was looking at. Here are your pitching options. When you're ready to vote, just put it in capital letters. Here are your batting options. One vote for Jerry Hairston, 19 years old. Just has to develop his power a bit. Dode Peskert, got a lot of speed. If you're looking for young guys, Buddy Kerr is 19. We got 2 for Hairston. We got 1 for Doc Cook. Daryl Boston's there. We got 2 Hairstons, a Cook, and a Howard Johnson, 20 years old. Hojo. 2 Howard Johnsons, 2 Hairstons, 2 Johnsons, and 1 Cook. We need 3 to make it official. We've got a Nance. Doc Nance. All right, it looks like it's between Johnson or Hairston. Seeing no more. So those of you that didn't vote for Johnson or Harrison, you got to vote for one of those 2. Those are the 2 that are tied right now. Someone break the tie. Johnson. We'll compare them here. Hairston on the left, Johnson on the right. Johnson it is. Okay, thanks, Sean, and thanks, Chalupa. It is Howard Johnson that you guys will take. All right, 2 more rounds to go. And how can I not take? I got to take him just for the meme. Corey Hart. I'm not even going to look at anyone else. Corey, you're on the team. Because everyone wants to wear their sunglasses at night. Corey Hart. Boom. Almost auto drafted for you. Okay. Here's what you have for hitters. I'll show you the top few. 23-year-old Bruce Even. 19-year-old Daryl Boston. Jobert Cabrera, 23 years old. Henry Cruz, fully developed at 21. Nice sunglasses or nice glasses. Hank Edwards, 20 years old. Gil Garridio. Thomas Healy. Yeah, we're getting down to not much left. Spider Jorgensen has the best gap power. 26 years old, though. George Shurin and Frank Taveras. 19-year-old Frank Taveras. Pitching wise, this is what it's looking like for you guys. We got the 62 stamina Steve Baker still there. Otherwise, everyone has a stamina under 30. Earl Henry has off the charts movement, 25 years old. Don't see a lot of green or yellow anymore. Again, Spider Jorgensen has the highest gap. Jeff Baker's there. Denver Grigsby. 2 for Boston. Boston it is. Yeah, Daryl Boston. What's he look like? 19 years old. So yeah, there's it's not bad for the 3rd, 4th round. All right, 1 more round to go. Okay, what do we have left? And then we're going to auto the rest of the drafts. I think I need to go back to pitching here. Although Jeff Baker, you're an option. Not a lot there for contact potential. The highest contact potential is this guy, Corey Sullivan. Highest power potential, Jeff Baker. And the best defense left on the board, this guy. But I'm going to go pitchers. I'm going to take a pitcher in my 5th round. Who doesn't have a lot of red? Bill Coyle, Phil Douglas. We're going Phil Douglas. Shufflin' Phil. Played back in the early 1900s. Shufflin' Phil, shuffle on over to the Oilers. All right, your last pick before we auto. 19-year-old lottery tickets are much better than a 26-year-old lottery ticket for sure. Some good names on here. We got Mel Queen. We've got Bill Coyle, George Nickel. Hitters, we got Hank Edwards, Kid Baldwin at catcher if you're looking for another catcher. Pickles Dillhofer, 22. Oh, all the pickle emotes are going to be popping up here. Felix Pie. Doug Strange. All right, time to vote. Let's get this last pick in. Is this the current Mike Adams? Nope, 1978. Batters, pitchers. Show the Don Gutteridge. Don. 22-year-old, lot of speed, only plays third base right now. The best gap power guy left. We know D-Block likes the gap power. Okay, time to vote, guys. We got a Pickles. We got a Don. We got a Sullivan. Yeah, the way we do the drafts is we can't go down any further, and I don't think you want to go down any further, really, in terms of we go down any further and it's all red. Well, the rules are where we have to take someone on the first screen. So that's how you guys got Tip O'Neill, is because Tip O'Neill was a little further down. I couldn't take him because he wasn't on the first screen. And then once it got to your pick and we moved up a little bit as players were taken, Tip O'Neill was there and you guys scooped him up. Because they had him listed as a pitcher, but his better attributes are hitters. Yeah, who needs rules? Smaller font, yeah. Put in smaller font. Then I would have had him. Now you tell me. All right, looks like we have 3 pickles. Saw 3 pickles there. Now I just have to find him. There he is. Pickles Dillhofer. All right, Dr. Dynastic, are you in the chat? Are you within listening range, Dr. Dynastic? Now we're going to auto the rest of the draft. Show you guys who you have in round number 6. In round number 6, you got Gil Heredia. Not too bad. Not too bad for a 6th rounder. Got a lot of control. Ground ball pitcher, 24 years old. He might be someone that makes the team eventually. You got Corey Sullivan in round 7. In round number 8, you got Ethan Small, who I believe was like a future legend last year, wasn't he? Name seems familiar. Ethan Small. He's got one pitch, a fastball. That's it. Small. Who was your pick here? Corey Sullivan. Nope, not Kevin Sullivan. Corey Sullivan. Round number 9, you guys got John Scott. Not the hockey player John Scott. And in the last round, you ended up with Charlie Hanford. Yeah, 30-year-old Charlie Hanford. Don't think he'll be making your team. All right, the draft is done. Let's go and check who made our Hall of Fame. I don't think we have any players that will make it for a while because most of the guys we drafted were pretty young, and otherwise they were pretty bad. Yogi Berra, congratulations to Yogi Berra. You are now in the game, Yogi. You have made history. You have made the Hall of Fame. Here is Yogi Berra, New York Yankees. So pretty cool. He got to play in this game as a New York Yankee, and he was voted into the Hall of Fame. Only person, Whitey Ford, Robin Robert, Shem Lawler, Nellie Fox, Minnie Minoso, Billy Pierce, Gil Hodges, Hoyt Wilhelm, and Red Schondeist will stay on the ballot. Off the ballot, Eddie Yost, Gus Bell, Ed Bailey, Roy Sievers, and Harvey Haddix. Okay, now we're gonna do your roster. We're gonna play the exhibition game, and then I'm gonna stop there because we got to get over to Dr. Dynastic at the top of the hour, or close to that. We might be about 15 minutes after. So Dr. D, if you're listening, we should be over there at 1:15 Pacific time. And then we'll finish off the rest of this tomorrow. Where are we? February. Let's go into March. Then you guys have to fix up your roster a bit. Okay. So here we are a week before the exhibition game. Let's go take a look at Twitch chat. Give me directions. I'm going to appoint Caged Wisdom as kind of the captain because he's been following along from week to week and kind of knows what the roster is like right now. So I'm going to give the captaincy over to him in terms of making decisions for who plays at different levels, who comes up to the big league. So John Clarkston, 23 years old. He's your AAA pitcher right now with a stamina of 3. Candy Cummings, 22 years old. He's got to work on his movement and control. Maybe a year in single or in AA or AAA. You will get to make changes at the All-Star break, which again is tomorrow. We're going to do the All-Star break tomorrow because we're running out of time here. And one more time, if you guys can help Warbot out a little bit, if you haven't voted for your All-Star cards of 2024, I've pinned it in the chat there. So before you forget, he's going to announce the winners tomorrow with Isadolfo on their stream. If you haven't filled that out, at some point, please just click on that and you can fill it out a little bit later. Foster to triple A. So you want Cummings to triple, Foster to triple. It's what Howard Johnson looks like. He's still got a lot of developing to do. Foster's, he's insane. Yeah. He's 19 years old though. And I don't know how much the game will hurt him development wise if you bring him up as a 19-year-old. I mean, it might not at all. He might be able to come up right now. So green arrows, Cummings has a green arrow, Foster has a green arrow, and Clarkston. So those are the three the game recommends coming up. Going to AAA, they recommend JB, Jeremy Reed, and Scott Hastings. And then in single A, they recommend Barrios coming up to AA and Ricci coming up to AA. Clarkston to the majors. Oh, we got to demote someone. So who do you want coming off? Clarkston and Reed to the majors. So two people have to come off. 40-man, all we do is we retire our worst players. So Harry Chitty. So you want Clarkston and Reed. Clarkston and Reed. Worst reliever Thompson. I'll show you your pictures here. So who goes down? Derek Thompson, I think, probably is your worst reliever. Okay, Thompson comes down. Clarkston goes up. And then you said you want Reed up as well. 22 years old, Reed, outfielder. So who would you like to be taken off the roster? Cavacom, just saw your alert come in. Cava, if you're still listening, welcome. We're busy here with the lap versus chat draft, so I got very distracted looking things over. So thank you for the raid with your wrestling stream. Always enjoy catching that when I can. Ace goes down. Ott's an outfielder, though. So maybe Ott. I'm just going to go outfielder for outfielder if you don't care. So outfielder down and outfielder up. You good everywhere else? Hastings and Bulk, you still want... Yes, I do enjoy Cava streams. Absolutely. I know. We should have T-shirts made up. I'm a Cava watcher. Okay, so pitching rotation. Give it to me, Cage. Do you still want to go with White, Koufax, Reynolds, and Russi as your starting four with Clarkston somewhere in the bullpen? Well, Gaba, it's February 29th, right? Rare things happen on February 29th. So if I say I really enjoy watching Cava's stream, Put 2 and 2 together. Just kidding you, Cabo. We love you. Clarkston, once he went up to the majors, he ended up with, he's got 3 stamina. But yeah, his BABIP showing as 1. I don't know how much I put trust in that. You'd enjoy Cava's stream if he only did them on February 29th. Well, he did one today, Gabba. Were you there? Did you give him some love? Good point, GT. Good point. Maybe there's 2 days a year you have to give Cava some love. And his birthday. And maybe Valentine's Day too. Yeah, throw him in middle relief again at the All-Star break. If he's doing horrible, you can take him out. So confirm for me, White, Koufax, Reynolds, Russi. That's the order that you want. Okay. Hitters, you want to keep things the same. You didn't really call up any hitter that is going to make a difference other than if we auto the backups here. Well, he's Michael Myers without the mask, though. Like he's a lot scarier with the mask. Without the mask, he's a gentle giant. I don't know how tall Cava is, but he looks like he's like 6'6". Not 6'6", Gabba. 6'6". Make sure Carroll and Reed are the most prominent backups. Okay, Carroll and Reed. Yep, looks like they are. Carroll and Reed. Carroll and Reed. Starter tired and Reed and Carroll. You guys are getting a scary roster there. Man. Tip O'Neill, Lloyd Wayner, and Billy Williams in the outfield. Hanley Ramirez. Your outfield, you still could probably use some work in the infield, but that outfield is scary. All right, we're going to save the game up. I'm going to take my last break here, and then we're going to look at the bounty, finish off the stream, and then head over to Dr. Dynastic, continue the drops, because it will take another probably half hour or so to finish this off, and I want to get you guys over to the doc as soon as possible. So we'll be back in 2 minutes to finish things off and check if anyone has knocked Warbot and I out of the bounty yet. Back in 2 minutes. All right, so we're here back to close off the show. We'll look at the bounty, and then we'll send you over to Dr. Dynastic. We're going to finish off the lap versus draft tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. We'll finish off the laptop lower level leisure lounge as well, so we'll do some game coverage there. And hope you guys can tune in tomorrow as we play out the 1968 season. I'll keep the form that you filled out, and we'll award those prizes tomorrow. But we ran out of time today. And you know what? Let's do one final quick little giveaway here for 5 packs. Exclamation ticket, exclamation enter. We did the early bird. This is the late bird. If you're still around, enter for 5 packs. Alcohol won the first set of 5 packs a little earlier on. Let's see who finishes off being our winner today. So exclamation enter, exclamation ticket. Well, we did give away at least one bounty yet because I saw I was eliminated. And congratulations go out to the Candlepin Bowlers who took me out in 4 games. So K. Carlton Lassiter, once again, my friend, you are the claimer of the bounty. Let me just write your name down. K. Carlton Lassiter and the Candlepin Bowlers. 2 underman teams, and we were able to do it. So you're going to take on the Washington Park Rangers in 1 semi, and no one has knocked Charles out yet. EVC came close. EVC was within 1 game, and in fact, how close was game number 5? It was 7-2 victory for the baseball team, who won game 4 and game 5. So the Wonderbolts will play the baseball team. Wish come true, you have a chance to claim the bounty off Charles. If not, if Charles wins, then it's going to be up to either the Washington Park Rangers or the Candlepin Bowlers. So K. Carlton Lassiter, you have a chance to win 13 packs today. You knocked me out. If you knock out Charles and you win the tournament, you get 13 packs, 10 from me, 3 from the tournament itself. So good luck in the Final Four. All right, last thing we have to do before we send you over to Dr. Dynastic is do our draw. You've got 30 seconds left. Again, as I mentioned earlier, on March the 11th, EVC, Ezra, and a few other surprise guests are going to drop in, and we're going to present the Waggy Awards, the OOTP24 Waggies. Yes, going to be a lot of fun. Please, if you haven't already, fill out that form right there, because everyone that fills out the form, this one right here, is going to have a chance to win some packs as we do our award show. So we're going to take your responses, we're going to do up some slides, and we're going to present the Waggies on Monday, March the 11th, plus a few other fun things along the way. Tomorrow, again, we'll finish off lap versus chat. We did the draft today. We got our lineup set. We'll play the exhibition. We'll play out the season, and we'll see how things go. Don't forget, tune in to Charles, Warbot, and Izadolfo at some point tomorrow as they do their all-star presentations with the form that's pinned in the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in. This has been Laptop Hound on a Thursday. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Weird without Twipped this week. It's weird, I tell you. A wonderful day, a wonderful evening. Remember, we're here for a good time, not a long time. So have a good time. The sun can't shine every day. Let's close off this giveaway and send you off with our final winner. That is Flick of the Wrist. Flick of the Wrist, send me a whisper on Twitch. Remind me of what your perfect team username is. You have won the final 5-pack giveaway here. See you guys next episode.
A very good friend of mine told me something the other day. I'd like to pass it on to you. I believe what he said to be true. He said we're here for a good time. not a long time. So have a good time. The sun can't shine every day, and the sun is shining in this rainy city, and the sun is shining. Oh, well, isn't it a pity? And every year has its share of tears, but every now and then it's scarlet rain. We're here for a good time, not a long time. So have a good time. The sun can't shine every day.
All right, one final look here at today's Laptop Hound Daily before we sign off and find out where we stand right here. Again, I lost out in round one to the Wichita Eagles and don't cut the D-Block Dragon. Again, I either lose out in the first round or I make it to like the quarterfinals. There is no in between with me. Once in a while, I lose out round two, but I don't think I ever lose out in like round three. It seems like round one or quarterfinals. All right, let's see where we are. We're currently in the quarterfinals, so we're down to our final 8 teams. The Manchester Worker Bees, who have been hot lately, they are taking on the Lindy Hops and up 2-1. Charles trying to make another run of it late in the month here. He is currently up 3-0 on the Brooklyn Sandlots. We've got Makadkar currently up 2-1 on Ezra Denny. So Ezra making it to the quarters again. Good stuff, Ezra. Come on, Ezra. Come on, Makadkar. One of you guys are going to get at least 1 point in the next round. And then we have the Hamahama Oyster Company, who won a few days ago the tournament. And if they had been in the tournament since the beginning of the month, they would probably be one of the top 5 teams because they're a good team. They're a good manager, and they're taking on the Typhoon. So only one series looks like it's going to wrap up in the next 3 minutes. So I'm not going to stick around too long. We'll watch one more game result just to see how it goes. But I am defeated. D-Block is defeated. Spore is defeated. EVC is defeated. Ezra, you are holding the affiliate streaming mantle. You're the only streamer still going here. I guess Charles too. Yeah, Charles and you. So I'm rooting for a streamer final. Charles and Ezra in the finals. Let's see if we can make it happen. Nothing against Makadkar and the Worker Bees and the Lindy Hops and all that. It's just today's February 29th. We need some sort of weird ending to this draft here. So tomorrow will be the last one. Make sure you get into the draft tomorrow, because once that fills, then the 20 packs are off the table, and even the 5 packs for the random winner. Most of you can't win the 20 packs, but you still have a shot at winning the 5 packs just by finishing in the top 4. So I'm going to go through and draft my team, get that out of the way before I forget. Where is it here? We got 24 entries. So we're almost at the halfway mark. You lost like always in 7 after being up 3-1. I'm telling you, it's consistent routine for me. Lose round 1, lose round 1, lose round 1, make the quarterfinals, lose round 1, lose round 1. And usually when I lose round 1, it's 6 or 7 games, usually 7. Today you beat me in 6. I can't wait. I really hope that in the new version of the game, we have something like this to start us off with. I mean, I don't know what it's going to be like the tournament formats and the points and PTCS and leaderboards and all that. I have no clue. I guess if you're a beta tester, the beta testers are currently playing, I would imagine, some PT stuff. They're probably trying some things out, but they're probably more focused on the base game, the development lab and those kind of things. And yeah, thanks. Tuesday, we'll do that, D-Block. So what I'll get you to do before Tuesday, when you have some time, just make up your, what your starting roster versus left and versus right, and then your pitching. Kind of do a 26-man roster of your favorite cards at the lower levels. Only include iron and bronze. And by no means don't put Dave Parker that just came out this week. He's not going to be one of your favorites. Just cards that you had fun with. They might not be the best now, but at one time they were. And we'll see what your all-star lower level roster looks like compared to mine. I think we'll have a lot of similarities, but it'll be fun to kind of compare them. And we'll do that next Tuesday, since there is no treasure trove. Although you never know. Spore did say there might be the odd card that comes out. All right, where are we playing? Victory Field, which is pretty neutral. Yeah, Neutral Park, 1985. Okay, Lap, for the last one, since I'm covering it tomorrow, both D-Block and I need to get to the finals. D-Block has not won one. I have not won one this month. So we're going Dave Steeb and Minez or Matlick. Either or. I got to really focus on this one, D-Block. I want to make the finals tomorrow. It's a pretty neutral park. So I think I go Matlick over Ubinez. How about Nixie? I still go Matlick. Dartley. Still go Matlick. think it's Steve and Matlick here. What's this Jeff Keppinger like? Nope. Okay. Most focused I've been on a draft right here. Usually I zip through it and paying half attention. Yeah, that's kind of the impression I got too with my conversations, that there will be something. It just might not look exactly like what we have here. But yeah, I'm pretty confident that there's going to be something. But because there may not be enough cards in the pool, there will be, this format will come back at some point, maybe in a month or 2 months or 3 months later, because I want this exact same format with just iron and bronze. It will come back, but it might not be at the start. But yeah, I'm glad you kind of got some confirmation too. Maddie McIntyre. No, we got to go Leah Vigilo. Leah Vigilo. All right. Ed McFarland, Leah Vigilo. And then on Tuesday, D Block, what we'll do too, I'll have all the stats for March, and we can both kind of present and show the top performing March cards from this, or February, best performing cards of February. Well, you know what, D Block, synchronicity, right? I took my Dave Steeb. For you, I got to take my Connie Rector. I got to take Connie Rector. Steeb and Rector on the same team. And this card is in contention for making my all-star roster on Tuesday. I used him quite a bit. I do like that Marvin Freeman a little bit too. I think for 1980s, he'll do okay. So Marvin Freeman and Connie Rector. Okay, I got 4 bronze pitchers. That's good. And I probably have Kid Gleason too, because a lot draft him. So I'm going to take Kid Gleason. Not getting a lot of hitter options here. But my pitching should be fire. I haven't seen a lot of new cards here either, like the cards that came out on Tuesday. Mind you, it's only been 2 drafts, but still, come on, give me the new cards. I don't know. Utility. Jackson. Oh, I got Keston. All right. Well, I'm a happy camper now. Got the best hitter versus righties. And maybe Kevin Wickender. He does well in this tournament. I don't know why he does well. Maybe it's the high stuff. Jack Marshall. I got to go Jack Marshall. Marshall and Ira. So I got my, there is a no DH though. Oh, that's the only thing. It's no DH. Marshall, I guess you can play short. Keston, I trust you, buddy, at second base. Hank Conger. And do I go Slagle or Lockman? Oh, Slagle. Yep. Don't mind that round. DeVore. Oh, I got 3 left fielders. Okay, you're going to go. Well, Profar, you're not going anywhere. So Slagle in left and Zeke's in right. Kevin Maas for the home runs. Do need a shortstop. Second base, Marshall. You're going to play short. Conger and McFarland. I hope you're different splittiness. You're neutral, which is good. And you're better against the yeah. Okay, I'm curious when you look at a card like this. I guess he's slightly better against the righties. When you look at this card Conger, and you have to put him in either against only the lefties or the righties. You take the avoid K and I and go against the lefties, or do you take the little bit better BABIP power, gap power? This is a cool card because if you can only play him one way, which way do you play him? Or maybe he's just defensive replacement. Let's see, McFarland. Yeah, I think you start McFarland both ways and Conger's your defensive replacement. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, where were we? Slagle, Gonzalez. You got to take DeVore. Not a big fan of that Coob card. It's not a bad for a live pitcher. Bo Brisk. I think I'm going to take him. Yeah, I think I like this Bo Brisk. Well, I do need a third baseman, though. Yeah, not good enough with the bat. That's how you play Conger as defensive sub? Yeah. I didn't realize McFarland was that much better as a hitter. Simon Nichols. What do I need? I need a third baseman. Profar probably could play third. No, he can't. Yes, he can. Wonder what his arm is. 46. That's so that was so funny when you said your mom was 2D50. That was funny. I hope she was listening today. I hope she caught that comment. Gives you a tongue lashing next time she sees you. Okay, Lefty Gomez. And how many pitchers do I have? 6. Mason Thompson. Okay, defensive live player. Oh, Roberto Clemente, Matt Olson, and probably Trinkle or Boswell. I think we go Boswell. It's a neutral park. Yeah, I'm going to go Boswell. Rather have that stamina. Well, other than Keston, I didn't really get any meta players here. Olsen, I guess. Keston, Olsen, Freeman. I'm going to have a tough time tomorrow. Dick Williams. When this game comes out, the first week of this tournament is going to be so fun because no one has any idea what the meta is. We have no idea if they changed the game engine with the BABIP and all that other kind of stuff because they did a complete overhaul of the ratings. So that first week is going to be really fun as we try to find our way. Dick Pole, why not? And Chick. Oh no, Rusty Kuntz. So I need a third baseman here. And pitchers. Okay, we're good on pitchers. We need more 2 infield cards. Al, Admiral, Roy, Eddie Lake. I'll take you with that eye. Yeah. Not happy with this draft. But I don't think there's not much else I could do. Position wise, I got every position I needed, just did not get those meta. No Brock Holt, no Bob Horner, no Kojima, no Cliff Lee, no Andy Messersmith, no Dontrell Willis, none of those guys. I mean, it's pretty sad. Freeman, Rector, and Steve and Matlick. I mean, they're just below meta. They're definitely probably top 15 pitchers. I just don't think this team is going to do anything tomorrow. Can't win without a few meta. I haven't seen Ozzie Smith as an option in a long time. Are you getting Ozzie at all? I don't think I've seen him. Maybe twice this month. I've seen Ozzie Smith. I see Kevin Stalker and Arky Vaughn a bit, but I don't see a lot of Ozzie. Thing with so many cards in the game now. But yet there's other players like Kevin Moss I see almost every single draft. So if I'm seeing him, why am I not seeing Ozzie Smith more? Weird. All right, let's do a little fine tuning. Rusty Kuntz, you got to be in against the lefties, no doubt about it. Rusty Kuntz, who am I taking out? Take out Keston. Okay, we're going to take out Joe Adele. Rusty's in. Right field. Zeke's in center. Ed McFarland, you got to come in to catch. And Matt Olson against the righties. Wait, I think, what's his name? Evans. I guess Matt Olson goes in for Kevin. Slago, Marshall, McFarland. Zeeks. Connor, Williams. Yep, that's good. Could be worse. Right lap, it could be worse. Conger, defensive replacement, good. And against the righties. All right. Realistically, I think I have a chance of making the second round. After that, who knows? All right, let's go check in on today's results. We might have our semifinalists. You got the new Foyden Wenovic. You got the new Mike card, Ezra, and he's pitching well for you. Well, speaking of doing well, you're guaranteed at least a silver choice pack. Let's see. Were you able to catch up? The Bees are up 3-2. Charles has advanced. Ezra, a 3-2 lead. Wow, we got to hang around at least to see if Ezra squeaks into the final four. Back-to-back one-run games over Makadkar. Makadkar, if you're still listening, this is a great matchup. I love both you guys when I see you in tournaments because Ezra's kind of like the underdog, kind of root on the underdog, but the Passamaquoddy are the returning champs. They won last month. And look at that. Talk about synchronicity, Ezra. Look who your player of the game was last game. The guy you just talked about. I mean, he's 3.45 ERA and does not have a win yet, but he was player of the game. How does a guy that goes 5 2/3 get player of the game? I guess it was no one else eligible. I probably would have given it to, there's no one really. Maybe Scott Brocious. 109 whip. Oh, okay, that's what it is 109 whip. Pretty good. 1.4 home runs per 9 with that control. That's pretty good too. Almost a 10K per 9. So you get all the new cards in the choices. I never get those new cards. So let's take a look because this is the team you drafted last night. I caught the very end of your team draft. I saw round 13, so I didn't see who you got. Starfleet. I see this kid Gleason so many times on teams. See, he comes up so many times, but Ozzie Smith, I never see him. I'm not going to lie, Ezra. I would not look at this team and say it's a potential semifinal team. Pitching-wise, which gives faith to my team today because I did not get any meta pitchers. This is a team of just go out there and try to get it done. Bob Trowbridge, 4-0 for you. And the team you're playing, Van Gilder, they don't have a stacked pitching lineup either. They got a pretty stacked hitting lineup. They got Hira, they got Youngblood, they got Lou, they've got Escobar, Clemente. Okay, this is a team, Luvualo, Bautista. Yeah, this is a team that I could see making the Final Four. You got Brocious, Mazzilli, Mathis. Got the new Ordonez card. How's he doing for you? 270. Bucky Dent hitting 290. You got some tired folks, so. Okay, let's see. Is it going to game 7? Makadkar and Ezra. What are you talking about? Luck? We want the illusion that it's not all luck-based. But I completely agree with you, Rob. There is a huge amount of luck factor. But at the same time, it still does come down to cards a lot, because when you see the same cards over and over month after month being the top cards hitting or being the top cards pitching, you still need cards to consistently do well. But I agree. There are people in the bronze quicks and bronze tournaments that are still using their November lineup and they're still winning. And they don't have any cards since November. So you can definitely still get the luck. But we need that perception. All right, 1 team advance, 2 team advance. We're going to game 7 between McCod Carr and the Red Shirts. It will be Joey J going up against Kid Gleason. And Ezra, that's always your downfall, my friend, is you get to this stage. I've seen this a lot with your team. You get to the quarterfinals and sometimes you lose, but when you win, it usually goes 7 games. And then you have nothing in the tank for the semis. I don't know. I think your team does that a lot. They go to 7 games in the quarterfinals, and when you do win that, you just run out of gas. So yeah, bad for fatigue. You're one of those managers that you might need to draft 11 pitchers just to compensate for that, because look at your pitching staff going to the last game. I mean, if you win it, great. You're guaranteed at least a gold choice pack. But then you're going to have nothing left for a team that's rested. How about your hitters? Are they tired too? Not bad. Your hitters are okay. But yeah, you're one of those, probably should have 11 pitchers instead of 10 teams. The tournament wants you, it wants you. Actually, yeah, I wonder, in the system, with all the coding that goes on, if it's like, okay, here's the 64 teams, let's spin the wheel. All right, the Starfleet Red Shirts. I don't care who they have. I mean, look at Ezra. One tournament, he had like 16 players and he made like the quarterfinals with 16 players. That was one where the game said, you know what, Ezra, we're going to carry you as far as we can, but we can't make it too obvious. We can't have you win the tournament because then it's too obvious. Or one time Cavacom had no catchers. He didn't draft any catchers, but he won a tournament. It was just a 16-team tournament, but he still won. Or today, how I beat GT Sundown with no shortstop, no backups at 3 other positions, and I beat him 3-0. So I do believe there's a luck factor, but I still believe there's just as much skill involved. I'd probably say 40% luck, 60% skill. Because as D Block points out, there's teams like Snail Man, there's teams like Mr. Audit, there's teams that play very few tournaments, but they do well in the few tournaments that they play. So there's got to be some skill. I haven't pinpointed what exactly that skill is. Is it sliders? Is it lineups? Is it the cards? Because when you look at the overall standings, the Wolves, the Yankees, the Pirates, the Llamas, and Charles will be up there with some points today. Like when you look and see consistently 4 or 5 teams, it can't all be luck. If it was luck, it would be 40 teams with like 6 points each. But we have teams that stand out. But I do believe there is some luck involved. But I'd say anywhere between 30 and 40% of it is luck. Game engine luck. League, I think, is different. I think league play is different than tournament play. League play, I think there is a much more element of luck in league play. And maybe there is some sort of wild card bonus because, people have said that wild card teams don't win more than non-wild card teams. Maybe it's just we notice it more. I don't know. But I think league play, there is definitely a bigger degree of luck than tournament play. And I think, Rob, you're kind of right with the lower the level, maybe a little bit more luck involved because the higher up you go in open tournaments, the more discrepancy there is in the ratings. Whereas in bronze and iron, there's less discrepancy. So maybe there's more players that are similar that you could use. But at the same time, there's still outstanding players that you want to use, like Rusty Kuntz in iron. Like you definitely want to use him against one side of the plate. There's definitely players that stand out that Hiura as a DH against the righties. Like you got to go with the odds in a lot of these tournaments too. Not saying you couldn't put in Mark Bellhorn and Mark Bellhorn has a better tournament than Keston. Absolutely, that happens a lot. But if you're playing the long haul and you're playing many tournaments over time, that luck factor, I think, plays less of a role in your overall results. I mean, even when we look at league play and we look at certain hitters like Cabrera in home runs, Cabrera, like there's a lot of Cabreras. Cabrera, one of the better cards. If you're not running a Cabrera on your league team, you're probably not going to get as many home runs. They're going to go to the Cabrera teams. Pitching. There's a group of select pitchers that are going to dominate. So if I put Dave Stieb in, that's what I mean. The higher up you go, the less luck is involved because if I put Dave Stieb in a diamond league, it's going to hurt me. Whereas if I put a bronze pitcher in that's not meta in a bronze tournament, it's not going to hurt me as much. If I put Kid Gleason in instead of Cliff Lee, it's not going to hurt me as much. There's more luck that Kid Gleason's going to do well. But the higher up you go, the more important those cards become. And I agree. An all live team, that'd be fun. Something fun to test out is throw an all live lineup in one of these. Do that, Rob. Why don't you do that? If you got an open slot, join tomorrow's Laptop Daily because I'm going to cover that one tomorrow. And just put in an all live lineup, all live players, and let's see how your team does. My guess is maybe they win one game in round one. So I don't think you'd have the luck there for them to go and win the whole thing. In a quick tournament, maybe in a quick tournament with 16 teams, they could win the whole thing. But in a tournament like this with 64 and many very competent managers, I doubt that live team makes it too far. I don't think you get the luck. But it'd be fun to try if you have an open slot. Ezra is jumping with joy. It's going to be an Ezra party tonight. Thought there'd be a little suspense and we'd watch the highlights, but let's not watch the highlights because it's official. Ezra. We're going to take a look at the game log. In fact, I should have done that. I should have drafted an all live for the final tournament. Just see how it works out. Nothing after 1. Ezra scores 2 in the bottom of the 2nd. A walk to Volmer, a double by Horning, a single by Mathis. A couple runs come in there. Top of the 4th, Wabanaki gets a solo home run from Lou. Top of the 5th, Wabanaki makes a game of it. They score another run with Clemente scoring. Tied up after 6, tied up after 7, tied up after the top of 8, tied up after 8. We go to the 9th inning. Wabanaki gets a fly out, a single, a ground out, a single, but no runs. Escobar cannot score from 2nd. He's held up at 3rd. Bottom of 9, Tony Pena Sr. doubles, a ground out by Brocious, strikeout by Bellhorn, and a flyout by Mazzilli. Now, if you would have lost that game, Ezra, I might have wanted to throw my computer out the window. Bottom of 9, and your leadoff guy gets a double. With 1 out, he's on 3rd base, and they can't knock him in. Top of 10, easy inning for Morosco. Moscosco. Costco. I'm going to call him Costco. Costco has an easy inning for you. And then bottom of the 10th, you get a single by Dent. Oh, this is extra innings. Oh, Makadkar gets a single with 2 out. Can't score Escobar. Bottom of 11, 4 straight balls to Mathis. Brack bunts him over to 2nd. Brocious flies out. Mathis stays at 2nd. And then Mark Bellhorn, who couldn't drive in the run in the bottom of the 9th, 2-run solo shot, or two-run solo shot. Yeah. That's pretty funny because I was talking about Bellhorn earlier. I said, maybe you don't have Keston Hira and you put in Bellhorn and he can outperform Keston in any given tournament. And look what's happened. Bellhorn gets the 2-run shot. I'm telling you, synchronicity. Take a drink. Well, congratulations, Ezra. You're guaranteed at least a gold pack. Come on now, buddy. You got to make the finals. How tired is your team? Pitching, Hershiser 100. Bud Smith is 81. Zabel, you got one guy at 100%, Ezra. You know what I would do, Ezra? I would bench everyone except maybe one reliever and Hershiser. Hershiser's your number 5 guy anyway. Put him on a very high pitch count. Bench everyone else. Get these guys rested. Give game 1 away because otherwise you're going to have nothing left. The game's going to be keep putting in your relievers, and the more runs they give up, the more relievers are going to come into the game. I would bench everyone. I don't know if D-Block would agree. Hitting, you're okay, except you got a snowflake. You need to get Volmer out of there. We proved that in the last episode. Volmer needs to come out. Bench him. Bench his butt for 1 day because he's hurting you. Look at this. 1 hit in 5 games. D-Block and I talked about this on Tuesday. He's probably going to keep hurting you. So I would bench Volmer for at least a game. If the snowflake's still there next game, I'd still bench him. And then I would run a high pitch count on Hershiser to give your guys some rest and bench some of these other guys. This is where micromanaging comes into play, Ezra. You can't just let it ride. When you get this far, you got to micromanage. Because the team you're playing, that's a good matchup too. Escape from New York and the Worker Bees. You're playing what I consider one of the top 20 managers in the game, this Hama, like in league play at least. Big. Their pitching's pretty good. Plus, they're playing their 3-0, .90. Yeah, this is a giveaway game, Ezra. You're number 5 guy, and they have their best pitcher. This is a chance to rest up, especially since it's best of 7. And they're completely rested in terms of their hitting. And I would also I would bench Tony so he doesn't get tired. Keep all your best players for game 2. Well, Tony is on the bench anyway. He's not your starter. Well, maybe you do want to put him in and bench Jeff Mathis. Yeah, I'd put Mathis is at 92%. If this is the throwaway game, he's going to be down to like 80 something. Bench Mathis. I'd bench as many of these starters as I could. They'll all be rested by the next game. Because you probably got I don't know what you have your strategy at, 90 or 91 or whatever it is, 95. These guys will all reach it after this game if they play. Mathis is at 92. Dent at 96. Mazzilli at 95. Yeah. I'd be like, all right, backups. Your turn to play. And you get to throw them all in for game 2. And if you win somehow game 1, if the game says, you know what, Ezra, you're winning game 1, then you've got a rested lineup the rest of the way. To me, that's your only shot. Because I can't see you winning a long series here with that pitching being so tired. Coming from a guy that was knocked out in round 1, just so you know. Okay, we'll check in on game 1 and then I'm out of here. Back tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern, and then back on Monday and Tuesday. And then we have the Waggies. Do you see that, Ezra? Do you see what I named the awards? I don't know if you were around when I showed that. There you go. Monday, March 11th, 1 p.m. Eastern. The Waggy Awards. EVC, Ezra and I co-hosting, some special guests coming in. And without talking about it too much, some game show giveaways. If you're free on that day, D-Block, I'd love to bring you in too, to do a segment with us during the awards. You can present you know what? We'll say it right now. You can present the meme card of the year. I think that would be a good one for you to present, D-Block. Will it be Johnny Dickshot, Ben Sheets, Ken Caminiti, Jeff Mathis, or Rusty Kuntz, or Leon Wagner? Probably won't be Wagner just because he was brought in late in the game. Plus, he's very localized to a few people that even know what this meme is about. Close off this giveaway. Mark is complete. And if anyone is still in chat and they didn't get this link here, to fill out your award list, your award, the Viewer Choice Awards. With Leonardo Denny presenting. All right, let's go check in on the last game. Then the after party is over. Let's see if Ezra followed our advice or said we're full of bunk. Game 1 of the semifinals. Worker Bees lose to Escape from New York by a score of 4-3. Warbots. Question is, does Warbot have an outside chance or is he out of it? Let's see here. Can he still win the 20 packs? Got to be close. He can get 8 points, which puts him at 17. So nope. He can't make the top spot. Yeah, Ezra, I'll DM you about what I have for an idea. And I think the way that we'll pick contestants is just through channel points or something like that. All right, where are we? Going to this one here. Okay, 8-3. Ezra. Okay, you took out, I don't know if you took out Mathis or the game took Mathis out, but that's good. But all your other starters look like they're in. Hershiser, okay, gave you 111 pitches. Smith and Zabel. Which Ricky Henderson was player of the game? Ricky Bronze. All right, now we go check on what your lineup looks like here. First, Hama Hama. Hama 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 Hama. They're fine. Starfleet. Eesh. Hope you prove me wrong there, Ezra, but you're in trouble. I still think on Voltinikinowicz and Debu, you need to put high pitch counts on them. Let them pitch their arms off because you got to give that bullpen a rest. Because if it goes to the bullpen, goodbye. Goodbye. Your bullpen's going to give up runs. I'd put them on, it's 1980s, put them on 130, 140 pitch count. Because remember that chart for the 1980s, pitchers could pitch 120, 130, 140. I'd have them, yeah. Yeah. I think that's your only shot. Hitters, are they rested? Let's see. See, Ezra, that's why I said bench all your starters here because they're going to be tired by this second game. Mazzilli's at 75. Brocious at 87. So now the game's going to put in 4 backups probably with your best pitcher. You wanted your ideal lineup with your best pitcher. But sometimes the game doesn't listen, even if you change guys out. Well, we might as well wait for game 2 to come in. Ezra and Kava. Yeah, that's quite the combo. Would be a good dinner table, having a few of us around the dinner table Everyone has definitely different unique point of view. Lost out in the bronze brunch fairly early today, so I didn't go back to back to back. Let's take a quick peek at that. And my game will probably crash. No, it did not. Oh, I got to play myself in the first round. That's why, because I had to play against myself. So Rocky Mountain had to play another elite manager. So the Wheel of Destiny beat out Rocky Mountain. Well, that sucks. That's a disadvantage of these is you might have to come across your team. D Dempsey goes to the finals today. What's his team looking like now? Buford, Pinella, Leon Wagner. Who plays Leon Wagner? Hinsky, Egan, Barbary, Kenji, Lowry, Joey J? Never even thought of Joey J. D Dempsey, what are you doing? You completely revamped your roster since our roundtable. Barbary's another fire card. All that's a 69. I don't know. I guess it's that 25 power. That should not that's a crime. You see that card, Ezra, in your tournaments, draft them. Trust us, draft them. That and the Justin Ruggiano. Let's see who the winning team had. The Creatures. Benettini, Hinsky, Horner, Abreu, Jojo, Estelela. Okay, this is more like a D block in my team. Except I don't use Lowry. Castillo, Gray, Giolito, Messerschmidt. Makes sense. Lee Burton. So they're using all middle relievers, just like D Dempsey. So there's some proof. A team with a bullpen of all middle relievers both make the finals. Who needs a stopper? Not these two teams. The Dugouts beat some good teams along the way. They beat Wildcat. They beat Mr. Audit. They beat Jack Phoenix. And then who did they lose out to? Oh, see, there's a case. Did you have to play yourself here? Yeah. Again, you had to play yourself. And then they lost out to the eventual winners, the Creatures. This card here, you want to make sure if you see him in tournaments, draft him. Again, I get more why he's a 69 because he's just awful against the righties, but that Barbary card does not look like it should be a 69. Ollie, well, yeah, that could be an issue, yeah. You don't want to do that too often. All right, let's check in on game number 2. Can Ezra pull it off with his tired starting hitter lineup, or is he destined to take his gold choice pack and try again tomorrow? Game 2 between the Bees and Warbot goes to Warbot by a score of 9-4. Warbot just killing it. In fact, has Warbot had any challenge in this tournament? Cava. Cava was his biggest nemesis. It went 7 games. Oh, Cava. Reverse swept by a team that's probably going to go to the finals. That sucks. Cava up 3-0 and then loses 3-1, 2-1, 6-2, and 6-3. Round 2, easy, 4-1. Round number 3, 4-0. 4-0. And now up 2-0. So Warbot is on 11-game winning streak. He's won 11 games in a row, maybe even more than that. Let's see. 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 games in a row Escape from New York has won. That's quite the run. And Cava had him down 3-0 in round 1. Oh, please do not rub that in with Cava. If you see Cava, please don't rub that in. Please don't mention that to him because maybe he didn't check the results. Don't give him a bad day, folks. And the red shirts make it close. 3-2 though. Had to use 2 of your relievers. Starfleet. Well, Ezra, you're giving it your best shot. Hope you can pull this out in 6 or 7 games now. But you did well to make it to the semis. It's very, very, very tough to make it to round 2 in this tournament, let alone the semis. All right, guys, I am out of here. Thank you guys for tuning in tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern, for our final laptop major coverage. We'll still be playing it, but major coverage. Plus, we'll finish off the lap versus chat.